And we are recording. Chair LaHood, would you like to introduce the meeting or would you like me to?
Sure, I'd be happy to do that.
Okay.
This is a meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Compliance and Amendments Committee. This is our remote regular meeting. It's September 28th, 2021. We're beginning at 4:33 p.m. The public call-in phone number is 1-415-906-4659. The meeting ID number is 229-351-234#. If you wish to make a statement during general public comment or to comment when invited, please press *6 and unmute your telephone to speak. Please also press *6 to mute your phone once you're done with your statement. The remote access information and participation in accordance with Governor Newsom's Executive Order number N3320, declaring a state of emergency regarding the COVID-19 outbreak, and Mayor London and Breed's proclamation declaring a local emergency issued on February 25th, 2020, including the guidance for gatherings issued by the San Francisco Department of Public Health Officer. Aggressive directives were issued to reduce the spread of COVID-19. On March 17th, 2020, the Board of Supervisors authorized their board and committee meetings to convene remotely via Microsoft Teams and will allow remote public meetings via video conference. Members of the public may participate by phone or may submit their comments by email to cheryl.leger@sfgov.org. All comments received will be made a part of the official record. Sunshine Ordinance Task Force agendas and their associated documents are available at sfbos.org/sunshine. Once again, the public call-in and comment number is 1-415-906-4659, meeting ID 229-351-234#. As the COVID-19 disease progresses, please visit the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force website regularly to be updated on the current situation as it affects the legislative process. Meeting decorum. Any member of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force may call for decorum due to disorderly conduct of meeting participants. Persons who engage in threatening and or menacing behavior may be asked to leave. Please call the first item.
Item number 1, call to order, roll call, and agenda changes. Roll call. Member Neighbors?
Present.
Member Neighbors present. Member Wong?
Present.
Member Wong present. Chair LaHood?
Present.
Chair LaHood present. We have a quorum. Agenda changes. Now, I just was asked about an agenda change by one of the parties. Margot Schaub of the library was asking if we could schedule the approval of the minutes of June, July, and August to near the conclusion of the hearing to speed along the process of actually hearing these cases. I said it was a chair's decision.
I think we can get this done quickly. I'd like to take care of the minutes first and get them out of the way. I appreciate the request, but I think we can move through these fairly quickly. The first two, we needed them from the last one. I'd like to keep things in the order they are. Although committee members, does anyone have alternate thoughts? I'm willing to consider what you have to say. No, I think we'd like to keep the agenda as it is.
Okay. All right. All right. Item number 2, Chair LaHood.
Yes, item number 2, please.
Item number 2, approval of the June 22nd, 2021 Compliance and Amendments Committee meeting minutes. Now, These minutes were not approved because the audio had not been uploaded. And I'm pleased to report that the audio for all 3 of these meetings has been uploaded. So
Great.
So that's out of the way. But if anybody has further changes for the June 22nd meeting minutes, I have a copy of them. If anybody wants to include new information or delete something.
So here's what I'll say. I don't have any changes as committee members. Do we have any other changes, or are we just looking for public comment now that audio is available for people to compare with the text?
I have no other changes.
Okay. Member Wong, it looks like you don't either. Ms. Leger, if you could please call for public comment on the June minutes.
Hang on a second.
Mm-hmm. And while you're getting ready, just to actually, well, I will wait until you're ready.
Hello. Public comment on June minutes?
Okay, speaker number 1, you're first in line. Is there anyone else who would like to make public comment on the June minutes? Okay, it sounds like we just have one person. If you could hold on, Ms. Leger will let you know when she is ready with the timer.
Mr. Warfield, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead,
And
sir.
please, you'll give me a 30-second warning.
Yes.
Let me know when to start.
Go ahead.
This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. We can be reached at libraryusers2004@yahoo.com and also at P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. Once again, it seems as though the task force or its administration or both don't know or don't care or haven't figured out what the name of our group is. It's not Library Users. It is Library Users Association. I've only said that how many dozens of times this year, yet I believe that most, if not all, of the references in these minutes have abbreviated our name and left out association. I certainly would like that corrected, and I'm sorry that it sat for so long as a draft incorrectly. I'd also like to say that there are a lot more details that could and should be in these minutes to not make meaningless the comments that people have provided. For example, item 2, Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users, no association, no contact information that I've given now at every time I've spoken and have requested because I think it's important to include it and ask you to do it. Noted a repeated error regarding their name and contact information for himself. Don't know what that means. For himself, their name and contact information for himself. It doesn't say what the error is, the presumed error. Mr. Warfield, note that the email account should be yahoo.com and not gmail.com. Great. So anybody who got it wrong now has to dig around
30 seconds.
Go and find what the actual thing is instead of just putting it in. This is the correct one. And so on. So there is a whole range of details going on that are not included and make much of the comments that people make pretty much incomprehensible or meaningless. And I wish you would provide the details people, or a summary of the details that people have actually provided. Thank you.
Your time is up, sir.
Is there anyone else wishing to make public comment on the June minutes? Hearing none, Ms. Leger, I'd like to request that on the first mention of Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users, we add association. This is in item 1.
I got that. Yep, I wrote it down. I'm going to provide it in there.
Okay. And as we've said before, the minutes are not intended to be comprehensive nor intended to be a transcript of the entire meeting. There is some judgment involved on the part of the administrator in determining which details are included. We do not have the space or time to include every detail. It is part of the reason why the audio of the meetings is made available. Members, are any other changes that I also I do agree that it's important to use the full name of an organization upon first reference. I think it is acceptable to use shorter versions of a name on second reference and beyond that, as long as it is included in its entirety in the first reference. Also, as we have said before, we will not be including anyone's contact information multiple times in one set of meeting minutes. Members, do we have any other changes or responses, or would someone like to make a motion to approve the minutes with the addition of association upon first reference of Library Users Association in the June minutes?
This is Member Wong. I'll make a motion to approve the June minutes with the addition of association to Library Users Association, or library users.
Do we have a second?
This is Member Neighbors. I'll second.
Okay. Since we've already, I guess we should have had, we should have made the motion before public comment, but I believe we've had public comment at this point on this matter. So I'd like to please call the vote.
Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Chair LaHood?
Aye.
Chair LaHood, aye. Moved by Member Wong, second by Member Neighbors to approve the June 2021 Compliance and Amendments Committee meeting minutes with recommended changes.
Thank you. Please call the next item.
Item number 3, approval of the July 27, 2021 Compliance and Amendments Committee hearing minutes.
Okay, so to make sure we get things in the proper order this time, I do want to make sure we have a motion before we open it up for public comment. I am eager to take public comment, and sometimes I jump ahead of myself. I apologize for that. Members, do we have any additional changes to these minutes? Ms. Leger, can you attest that previous changes that have been requested have been made to the July minutes?
Yes, and I can also confirm that Mr. Warfield's title and contact information includes the word association, Peter Warfield, Executive Director, Library Users Association.
Okay, thank you.
It is included correctly.
Okay. Members, do we have a motion to approve the July minutes?
Yes, this is Member Neighbors, and I will make a motion to approve the July 27th, 2021 minutes.
Do we have a second?
This is Member Wong. I will second that.
Thank you, members. Let's open this up for public comment. We will take a cue for public comment. Who would like to make a public comment on the July minutes?
David Steinberg.
Hello?
Okay, I heard, was that David Steinberg first and then Mr. Sullivan second?
Yeah.
Okay. Was there anyone else who would like to get in the queue? Okay, Ms. Leger, when you're ready, we'll start with Mr. Steinberg and then we'll take Mr. Sullivan second. Thank you.
David, are you ready?
I am ready.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm actually more looking for clarification. I believe the minutes are correct for the item that involved Carl Kramer's complaint against Public Works. The motion reads that to be referred back to the SOTF as the parties performed an additional exchange of records that did not satisfy the complainant's request. As I said, I believe this is correct, which leads me to the question of why that item is back on today's agenda. I think Mr. Kramer and I both were under the impression it was going to the full task force. That's all I have.
Ms. Leger, it sounds like Mr. Steinberg is done. If you'd like to reset the timer for Mr. Sullivan, let's move ahead.
Yeah, I will. Just a second.
Thank you.
taking me a little extra time because I have a new computer and the keyboard is not what I'm used to.
I understand. Thank you.
Mr. Sullivan, are you ready?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
On the public comments, I submitted a 149-word public comment that does not appear in the public comment section. I resent, that was on July 27th, 2021 that I sent it, and I resent it just before this meeting about a half hour ago. That's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to make public comment on the July minutes?
Yes, please.
Okay, one moment. Ms. Leger, when you're ready with the timer, please give the signal for our next speaker.
Mr. Warfield, are you ready?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. Seems you don't like to hear it, and you certainly don't like to write it, but we can be reached at libraryusers2004@yahoo.com and at P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. It appears that on the previous matter where the motion was not given for public discussion, the motion was to give the full name of Library Users Association only on the first mention and not on subsequent mentions. Why not do Library Users? How about Library U? How about Liber? I don't think that's right. I think you should respect the people's names. Perhaps on first mention, I should say something, thank you to Chair LaHood. And on the second mention, say Chair LaHoo. And on third, Chair LaHo. And on Chair LaH. And subsequently on Chair La or Chair L. I don't think you would like that. I don't think it would be appropriate. I think it's appropriate to respect the name. I also think you should respect what people want to say, what they intend and have said. And I think that the formulation that the administrator is doing this or that, these are your minutes. These are your minutes. These are your accountability. These are your responsibility. You look them over, you approve them, or change them as you wish. It is perhaps the draft that you get from the administrator, but you are finally responsible for them and should take responsibility for them. And even if people say things you don't like, particularly if they think it's important, then I think you should respect that also. Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to make public comment on the July minutes? Hearing none. Ms. Leger, I have a question about Mr. Sullivan's public comment that he submitted. Do you have access to that, and could you add that to the July minutes?
I have already done that. I got it from him today.
Mm-hmm.
I put it in the minutes that I have on my computer, but I was waiting to see if there would be further changes to the minutes before I actually uploaded them. And then tomorrow I will upload the most current version. That's usually what I do the very next day.
Okay. And members, can we just, so I would like to have Mr. Sullivan's comment added to the minutes. And if you can assure that that will happen, I feel comfortable with that. Members, can we discuss Mr. Steinberg's comment about, I mean, actually, you know what? I don't think this is a question of the minutes because I think that does reflect accurately. I don't think he was asking about changing the minutes so much as why his matter is back here, which is doesn't really have anything to do with the July minutes. Based on what we've heard today, are there any other changes that you think need to be made to the July minutes other than adding Mr. Sullivan's comment? And if anyone else has thoughts on Mr. Warfield's comment, I will just restate what I've said before, which is we're happy to include the full name of the person and the organization and their title and contact information once. I do see that it says Library Users Association throughout. I think that is acceptable. I also happen to be a professional editor, and there are many different styles for editing documents. For example, at my organization, the San Francisco Public Press, we refer to ourselves on first reference as the San Francisco Public Press and the Public Press afterwards. There are many ways of doing this. I appreciate that Ms. Leger included Library Users Association throughout. Perhaps this is what we will do going forward. I don't feel as though additional changes needed to be made to the previous minutes. I won't say anything further on this. I feel as though this comes up quite regularly. I am happy to respond and to explain the logic behind the decisions that we make. Would someone like to make a motion regarding the July 2021 minutes?
We did.
Okay, let's call let's call the vote then.
All right. Member Neighbors.
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Wong.
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Chair LaHood.
Aye.
Chair LaHood, aye. Moved by Member Neighbors, second by Member Wong to approve the July 2021 minutes. Shall I make a statement about Mr. Sullivan's minutes? Should we, with appropriate
Yes,
amendments?
please. Yes,
Appropriate.
Mr. Sullivan's statement must be that we were approving a version of the minutes with Mr. Sullivan's statement amended and added into the public comment.
Okay, got it.
And for anyone else who is on this call, if that is something that you wish to do, you may submit in advance a public statement. You are also welcome to deliver that statement during the call as long as it is within the time frame. But if you do submit it in advance of the meeting, you may request that that be included in the public comments in the minutes.
Next item, Chair LaHood.
Yes, please.
Item number 4, approval of the August 24, 2021 Compliance and Amendments Committee meeting minutes.
Okay, since these are from our most recent meeting, committee members, do you have any changes that you would like to request regarding the August minutes, which we have not seen before?
Mr. Warfield's correct title was added. Peter Warfield, Executive Director, Library Users Association. That was the first time his organization was mentioned in public comment, and
Okay.
it is complete, I think, compared to what he has stated.
Great, thank you. I appreciate you verifying that for this set of minutes. Members, do we have a motion to approve the minutes before we open this up for public comment?
Sure. This is Member Neighbors, and I'll make a motion to approve the August 24th, 2021 minutes.
Great, thank you. And could we have a second on this motion?
Yes, this is Member Wong. I will second the motion.
Thank you, Member Wong. We would like to open this up for public comment. While Ms. Leger is getting ready with the timer, would anyone, any member of the public like to make comment on the August 2021 minutes?
Yes, please.
24 minutes.
Excuse me. Right, August 24th, 2021. I heard Mr. Warfield first. Is there anyone else who would like to get in the queue to make public comments? Okay, I don't hear anyone yet. Remember, it's *6 to unmute and to mute yourself. Mr. Warfield, when Ms. Leger is ready with the timer, you may begin speaking, and then I will make a final call for public comment after Mr. Warfield in case anyone was having trouble with the mute button. Thank you.
Mr. Warfield, are you ready?
I am. Just let me know when to start.
Go ahead, sir.
This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director, Library Users Association. We can be reached at libraryusers2004@yahoo.com and at P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117. Excuse me, 94117 0544. The previous comment about what justifies editing may have to do with editing your own work or the people that are writing something for your publication. But the whole point of public comment is for people to say what they think, what they want to say, and for you, hopefully, to listen and to give a fair accounting, a fair summary of what they have said. It's not up to you to edit people's comments for the minutes. So I repeat, this is important to us. I've said before that when you're in a real meeting, in person, there's no need to do this, and I've never done that. I do it because under COVID and the remote meetings, there are tremendous barriers to communication, to seeing anybody, to approaching anybody, to being able to contact anybody. People typically look at an agenda or the minutes for particular issues, particular items. They're not reading them from beginning to end as you would in an article in a newspaper where the first reference might include the titles, as Ms. LaHood said, and subsequent ones would perhaps shorten the full name to just the last name or Mr. or Ms., shorten the name of the newspaper, whatever you please, in your production. Again, this is not a coherent, people don't typically read the minutes from beginning to end as a coherent single piece. They very often are looking for a particular thing and what happened on the particular item. And that's another reason why I think you should include what I have asked and requested.
30 seconds.
Provided. So that's what I'm requesting. As far as the details go, under item 2, for example, it says Anonymous pointed out a few suggested corrections to the minutes. And I think we should hear what. And on 3, very badly, it says, Mr. Warfield commented about the fact that general public is not allowed to make public comment at the Library Commission. I cannot imagine that having been said. I make public comment all the time, and so do others. That just seems totally wrong. I don't know what this is talking about. I think it should go to the
time is up,
recording.
sir.
To the recording. Thank you.
Do we have other public commenters? Chair LaHood, do you want to close public comment and then go for a vote?
Yes, I want to close public comment, but I am looking at the minutes. Hang on.
I just asked the chair to keep in mind that these are action minutes. As you know, they're not verbatim.
Right. I know that, and which is why, although I do appreciate members of the public wanting to add detail, I think sometimes it is beyond the scope of what we need to do in terms of just providing guideposts to what happened at the meeting. And if people need additional information, they may refer to the original audio. I am looking at Mr. Warfield's comment under public comment. It says, Mr. Warfield provided comments regarding public comment at Library Commission hearings and the fact that the general public is not allowed to make public comment. Not having gone back and listened to exactly what he said at this moment, I know that Mr. Warfield has previously had issues with Library Commission hearings, and in fact, it's coming up again on our agenda today. I believe that his complaint is that I know based on previous hearings that there were there may have been technical issues or other issues that made it difficult or impossible for individuals to make public comment at particular times. I don't think he was trying to say that they don't allow public comment at all. Members, do you think that we need to modify this in some way to reflect that?
I can go back and listen to the tape if that would settle things for now.
I think that would settle things for now, if you don't mind. Members, do you think we should? I hate to postpone again, but should we postpone in order to clarify specifically what was said in this particular comment?
I think that's probably a good idea.
Okay.
For this particular comment.
Okay. So
So do we want to amend the motion?
I think we want to amend the motion. Actually, Member Neighbors, since you made the motion, would you like to amend the motion?
Do you want to bring the minutes back for approval next time to check the rewording, or are we asking the administrator to go and type verbatim from the tape?
Well, that's what we don't do, Lori.
No, I think we're asking for rewording.
Right. So,
not necessarily verbatim, but she needs to refer to the tape to clarify what the meaning, the intention of the statement.
And bring them back here for approval.
I think so.
Yeah. Okay. So, is that a motion or is that a?
Do you want to make that a motion? Member Neighbors, do you want your amended motion? Do you want to move to continue to the call of the chair until the October CAC meeting?
Sure. So I move for the that we move the approval of the August 24th, 2021 minutes to the call of the chair for our next meeting.
Okay. Does the seconder of the motion agree to the modification?
I do. I was a little confused about procedure, though. If it's to the call of the chair, do we need to say that, or can we just rescind our motion?
You know what? I think you can rescind your motion. It's to the call of the chair, and the chair requests that the administrator review the audio and clarify that particular statement. And our intention is then to review the minutes again in October for approval. So in October, we will be reviewing the August and September minutes for approval. Okay, thank you. And Ms. Leger, whenever you're ready, let's move on to the next item. Oops, yes.
Would it be appropriate for me to make one comment in response to public comment or not?
Sure.
Okay. It just struck me in the last couple of rounds of public comment that I just want to remind folks that, you know, we work so hard to hear public comment, to make sure that we have time for it and we listen carefully. But sometimes in some comments in this round, I felt that we were getting a little close to concerns about decorum. And for me in particular, I was concerned, and I think if we were face to face, our public commenter could have seen our faces when he was walking through his hypothetical and said, Chair LaHoe. He would have seen that we were pretty aghast by that, because that's actually a slur and so inappropriate. So, you know, we could have made a call for decorum then. And in the following comment, when the commenter decided to refer to Chair LaHood as Ms. LaHood rather than Chair LaHood, that also can be concerning. Our chair's Chair LaHood and does not need a gendered term. So just want to make that comment for our commenters, that that's the expectation of mutual respect that we bring to you and that we hope that you'll bring to us as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. just to let you all know, I do have pretty thick skin in this environment, but I do appreciate your comments. Thank you. Ms. Leger, whenever you are ready, I think we're ready for the next item.
It's a vote.
No, we're not taking a vote because it's to the call of the chair.
Okay, well, member Neighbors rescinded her motion, and the new motion was to continue approval of the minutes to the call of the chair for the next Compliance and Amendments Committee meeting. And that was seconded by member Wong.
And and then after that, member Wong said, I don't think we actually need a motion if this is to the call of the chair.
Okay. All right.
Ms. Lachey, Administrator Lachey, may I please step in? And
Yes.
I just wanted to bring to attention if it's on the agenda as an action item, the committee member do need to vote on the motion, even
Okay.
if it's to the chair.
You said we do need to vote on it, even if it's to the call of the chair because it's on the agenda? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Administrator Wong.
Clarifying.
Okay, we're ready for a vote then?
Yes.
Member Neighbors.
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Wong.
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Chair LaHood.
Aye.
Chair LaHood, aye. Moved by member Neighbors, second by member Wong to continue approval of the minutes of the August 24, 2021 Compliance and Amendments Committee to the call of the chair for the October meeting. That makes sense?
Thank you. Let's call the next agenda item, please.
Item number 5, public comment. Members of the public may address the committee on matters that are within the committee's jurisdiction but not on today's agenda.
Are there any members of the public who would like to make general public comment? We will start creating a queue. Who would like to speak today?
Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan, you're first in line. Who else would like to speak today?
Warfield.
Mr. Warfield, you're second in line. Who else would like to speak today? Okay, I'm not hearing anyone else, but we'll take Mr. Sullivan first, then Mr. Warfield, and we'll make a call out again in case anyone has been having trouble with the mute button. Ms. Leger, when you're ready, please notify the first speaker.
Mr. Sullivan, are you ready?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
Task force members need to read and understand the actual complaints submitted, especially on complex issues. Task force members rely too much on the short oral comment time, which is not under oath, and often contradicts the actual records and court opinions submitted. There are task force members that do the work, and this is greatly appreciated. Many see the Sunshine Ordinance as a pinnacle in public access law. I see it as an add-on to state public access law. Both the CPRA and the Brown Act have clauses that allow local agencies to impose requirements upon themselves which allow greater access. But if local public access law is less than the state law, then the language in the state law prevails. The Sunshine Ordinance specifically states this for both CPRA and the Brown Act. There are many places the Sunshine Ordinance imposes greater requirements, like passive meeting bodies. There are many places the Sunshine Ordinance fails, like in definitions or in specific language. Task force must use language that allows for which would result in greater or more expedited public access shall apply, section 67.5 and 67.21K. I have submitted 150 words Thank you for your time.
Mr. Warfield, I believe you are the next public commenter.
Just let me know when.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and also P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. It seems that I'm getting in trouble and faulted whenever I'm advocating for accurate minutes, for reasonably full minutes, and for the simple courtesy of respecting what I say and the content of what I say and what I consider to be important, and in particular the name. We've had so many instances of our name and various aspects of the name over and over again over the last 6 months or more being wrong, being incorrect, in a whole range of ways. I certainly did not intend to be rude to anybody. I was cutting one letter at a time off of the last name of Ms. LaHood. I didn't realize that that's where it would go. There was certainly no intention of doing anything unrespectful to the chair. As for Chair LaHood or whatever other honorific is being used, if that's the preference, that's fine with me. I don't have a problem with that. I was just trying to illustrate that cutting people's names, deciding to edit a name is not good. There's a really nice line from the Pallisers, which the BBC put on some years back as a drama on Channel 9, and there's a lovely line where one woman is about to apologize for having spoken out of turn, and the woman that she's speaking stops her and says, by my recollection, I am never offended unless offense was intended.
30 seconds.
So, I understand one wants to be courteous, respectful, careful. I certainly try and do that. I think you've seen me be polite and courteous to other people, even when they have not been that way to me in other aspects of the meeting. I'm hearing noise. So I don't know what's happening with the noise.
Mr. Warfield, pause for a second, and Ms. Leger, pause the timer. If anyone who is not speaking could please press *6. We do want to give each speaker their allotted time. Okay, I think the noise has stopped. Mr. Warfield, if you'd like to continue, we'll give you your full time.
He has 6 seconds left.
Give him 20 seconds. That was disruptive before.
You ready, sir?
I am.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair LaHood. That's not always happened in these Sunshine Task Force meetings, and like I said, I don't like to deal in personalities. I want to deal on issues, on facts, and so on. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to make general public comment today? Hearing none, I think, Ms. Leger, I believe we're ready to move on to the next item.
Item number 6, file number 19061, complaint filed by John Hooper against the Office of Economic and Workforce Development for violating Administrative Code Section 6721B by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and or complete manner. On July 7, 2021, the task force found that the Office of Economic and Workforce Development violated Administrative Code Section 6721B by failing to provide records in a complete and/or timely manner, and referred the matter to the Compliance and Amendments Committee with the request that the records be provided to the complainant and the Compliance and Amendments Committee. It was also requested that Mr. Mark Sullivan assist Mr. Hooper to organize the documents.
Thank you, Ms. Leger. First, I'd like to know if all the parties are here. Is Mr. Hooper here?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, thank you. I'd also like to know, I know Mr. Sullivan is here because he spoke previously. And is there someone here from OEWD? I'm not hearing anyone. Ms. Leger, did we have any response from that office, and were they expected to attend?
Well, they were expected to attend, and my contact over there is Mary Ann Mizuko Thompson, and she's usually right on top of it when there is a hearing. So,
okay,
so when I sent out the link to the packet to
Mary Ann from OEWD, do you hear me?
Oh,
we
great.
Hear you now. Oh, good.
Okay, somebody keeps muting me.
Oh.
So I'm not sure how to, because like I unmute myself, it says you are now unmuted, and then I go to say something and it says, and you are now muted. So I don't know if there's a glitch or what it is.
It could be a glitch, or it could be that on our administrative end, someone might be hearing some feedback from your line and putting you on mute when you're not formally speaking. But *6 will, if you need to unmute yourself again, *6 should do the trick. And I'm glad you were able to get through. Thank you for being here today. First, I want to ask Mr. Hooper, can you tell us what documents have you received since the hearing with the full task force?
I don't have a full list of the documents I've received, but it might be more efficient for me to mention the documents that I have not been able to find that I believe were required by the full task force at that earlier meeting where the complaint was heard.
Yeah,
So,
if you could describe that for us, that would be great. And then maybe if Mr. Sullivan wants to provide any backup on that, and then we'll hear from. Forgive me, was it Ms. Thompson?
That's right. It's Mary Ann.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
So we'll give you a chance to respond after. But Mr. Hooper, if you could please start, that would be great.
All right, is this timed?
Well,
Or this conversation?
This is not timed because this is compliance and we're following up. But Mr. Hooper, if you could be succinct in your descriptions, that would be helpful for us today.
I can be succinct. I have not found any record that OEWD went to San Francisco Parks Alliance and asked for the documents that were directed by the full Sunshine Ordinance Task Force or responses from Parks Alliance. There seems to be missing any indication that there was a back and forth between OEWD and Parks Alliance, which is sort of the critical part of what. I'm sorry.
I can't read that, Lori. Somebody's typing, and I'm having difficulty hearing what you're saying.
Hold on. We're going to let Mr. Hooper finish speaking, and then we'll let OEWD respond. So please let's let him finish speaking.
So may I understand that what I said so far was comprehensible? I didn't realize there was something going on in the background.
I could understand you. Ms. Leger, could you understand what Mr. Hooper was saying?
Yeah, but it was, as the typing was continuing, it was getting more and more challenging.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that we all hear what he's saying.
Yeah.
And I have to take notes, so.
Mr. Hooper, the last thing that I heard you saying was that you had not received any documents that showed that OEWD had asked Park Alliance for the documents that were requested, or any responses from Parks Alliance to such requests. Is that, if that's correct, and if you want to continue from there, that would be great.
Well, that is correct. I thank you for that summary, and that's really all. That's really all that I wanted to make sure that the Compliance Committee is aware of. That seems to be the central directive that was given by the full task force to OEWD, and I can't find evidence that that central portion of the directive was adhered to, or if it was, what results came from it.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Sullivan, do you have anything to add to this description? Or I know you were involved in helping search the documents for what you and Mr. Hooper were looking for. Do you have anything to add?
Well, I wasn't looking for any documents, but I've given all the documents that OEWD has given me to Mr. Hooper. I can say that there are no documents where Ms. Thompson went and asked, an email saying to SF Park Alliance, do you have these documents from since the last meeting that you guys had on this matter, and any response from SF Park Alliance.
Okay, thank you for adding that. And Ms. Thompson, now I'd like to give you a chance to respond to what Mr. Hooper has just said. Can you explain what's going on here, or
Sure.
tell us about the process that might explain why he's not seeing those documents?
Sure, thank you. So first of all, to be clear, that was not the original request that we are here for. If we can all remember back to several previous meetings where Mr. Hooper made a request for 21 documents, in addition to what we had already given him. I would like to say a thank you to Mr. Sullivan, but in particular, a thank you to Anonymous, who unfortunately is not on this meeting today, who then took Mr. Hooper's request and broke it down into 21 separate sunshine requests. OEWD has provided Mr. Hooper, Mr. Sullivan, and Anonymous with all of those responsive documents. At no time in that 21 requests, was there an ask to show an exchange of emails or document proving that I reached out to Parks Alliance 3 years ago asking them for any documents that they may have. That particular item was heard 3 years ago, and there was no email between myself and Parks Alliance. I had a meeting with them, and I asked them directly, do you have any additional documents? From that meeting 3 years ago came a series of responsive documents that Mr. Hooper had requested. In particular was a spreadsheet that was the raw data from a survey monkey. So what Mr. Hooper is asking for today is not part of the original 21 questions that were asked previous that we have satisfied with Mr. Hooper, with Mr. Sullivan, and with Anonymous. I do believe that post all of that, there was an email to us, to Mr. Heckel in particular, asking if we had an email between us and Parks Alliance 3 years ago from when I asked them for any additional documents to this sunshine request. And we responded to Mr. Hooper and to Mr. Sullivan and to Anonymous that we do not have any additional documents and that I do not have a record of that email exchange because there was no email exchange. It was part of a larger meeting that I had with the Parks Alliance. So I'm here today because you did find me in violation of not giving him all the records. And that has much more to do with the functionality of Microsoft and less to do with us wanting to withhold documents. We did, in fact, provide Mr. Hooper with all of those documents. And this new query, this new question has also been satisfied and was satisfied 3 years ago when I went before you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that very detailed response. Members, I'd like to offer you the chance first. Do you have questions for Ms. Thompson or Mr. Hooper or Mr. Sullivan on this matter?
Chair LaHood, this is David Steinberg. I have a quick question. Is there an opportunity for others to speak to this?
I guess, are you speaking on behalf of the respondent? Or in support of the respondent?
Yeah, in support of the respondent, yeah.
Okay, then I'll allow that in the same way that we asked for Mr. Sullivan to for his response on Mr. Hooper. So yes, if you could give us a succinct comment, we're happy to hear it.
Sure, it's very quick. You know, as I'm sure you're aware, this has been going on for quite some time, and Mr. Hooper filed complaints against both OEWD and Public Works. And the only time that the task force or anyone ordered any city agency to go back and ask Parks Alliance for additional documents was in the case that's to follow, and that was a directive to Public Works, not to OEWD. So it sounded like Ms. Thompson was a little. I can understand why she sounded confused when Mr. Hooper said there was no evidence that any ask was made to the Parks Alliance by OEWD, because that was not part of the order or the discussions at all for the OEWD case. He may be confusing it with the case against Public Works. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Mr. Steinberg, I actually appreciate that clarification, because even task force members, I think, in reading these back to back, it can be easy to conflate some of the issues. Members, did you have any questions for Mr. Hooper or Mr. Sullivan or Ms. Thompson or Mr. Steinberg at this point? Yes, member Neighbors.
Yeah, I just wanted to double check with Mr. Hooper, because I know that's been confusing for all of us. It's a long case, long history, and lots of documents. And it is really important to tweeze out the differences between 19061 and 19062. And so, Mr. Hooper, when you were talking about what was missing, were you specifically thinking in terms of, you have at this point now, it's my understanding, almost like a checklist of documents, right, for OEWD that you were procuring. And then do you also have like a separate list for the next file we're going to hear for 19062? I guess what I'm asking is, have you separated out those lists and those checklists for yourself?
Well, of course, one doesn't always know what's behind the veil in making an original Public Records Act request. That's been part of the problem, part of the reason that we've been coming before the task force as the agency that can require the agencies to go to the nonprofit that's, in this case, been hired to do the city's dirty work. So I don't have a different list, but some of what I'm asking for is hard to quantify, because the public doesn't really know what's been going on. But to answer your question, I don't have two separate lists. Trying to get to the bottom of this, it's the same set of questions.
Okay. And so what you're feeling like is missing now is documentation from Parks Alliance specifically?
Well, you probably understand this, but it's a pretty long and confusing record, and it hasn't been really helped by the various stages it's gone through before the task force. But OEWD held the contract with Parks Alliance. That's why they're involved. DPW had the full-time employee that was pressuring neighborhoods to set up benefit districts. And the city overall was funding both agencies to the tune of well over $1 million. That's where people like myself and in many other neighborhoods in the city started asking some serious questions. So that's why both agencies have been involved. And yes, I would say to this day, the full picture of the city's role, why the city has been involved in organizing special elections, which is explicitly against the city charter, and so forth, is still pretty murky.
Yeah. So it seems like we tweezed out back in July then that we found that we didn't have an expectation of Office of Economic and Workforce Development to procure those documents that you're interested in for Parks Alliance, but we did see that as falling on Public Works instead, right, for the other case. So as far as you know, then if your focus is on Parks Alliance, other things that you were expecting from OEWD, do those documents feel sufficient, knowing that you don't know what doesn't exist?
Well, it's hard to answer that. I would feel better if there was some indication that OEWD had, in compliance with the expectations of the full task force back a couple of months ago, had just gone to Parks Alliance and say, to the effect, well, I know we had a little informal meeting 3 years ago, which has never been disclosed, but now we've been held, a complaint has been successfully held against us, and we're asking again, what information do you have that the public feels that it has a right to know? It seems to me that that's what the full task force was asking both agencies to do when the violations were found to have occurred. And I think Ms. Thompson's answer that 3 years ago some informal meeting occurred that nobody knows anything about satisfies that is not very satisfactory.
Thanks, Mr. Hooper.
Yeah, so I do appreciate Ms. Thompson giving us the detailed answer about what was done. But given that there was, that there was a violation, it does, and that this is following up to make sure that the documents are received. I do feel as though it may be. And members, I'd like to hear what you think. Do you think it would be appropriate for us to ask that that search is conducted one more time and that there is a written response from Parks Alliance as to what responsive documents they may have? Or do you think that? I'd like to hear what you think on this. Would that be an appropriate request at this time? Even though I do, I think we should take Ms. Thompson at her word about what was done 3 years ago. However, given that there was an order of determination that there was a violation in this case, that making sure that search that we have verification that search was done completely. May seem appropriate. I'd like to hear what you think on this.
This is Member Wong. This seems appropriate to me. I mean, especially just the ability to get something in writing, I think would be very helpful. I think, as you mentioned, I think we do need to take Ms. Thompson at her word, but also just having that confirmation of writing, especially coming from the Parks Alliance specifically, would be really helpful here.
I think this is Member Neighbors. I'm really interested in holding Parks Alliance accountable to producing documents. And so when I think about this piece of it, I think it does make sense to ask Ms. Thompson to provide that in writing, just so that we can move on to the next round of holding Parks Alliance accountable to producing the documents that they need to produce. I would, if we could give Ms. Thompson some guidance of what it is we expect to see from her. What is it that would suffice? I think that might be helpful. I hear her saying that it was not an email exchange, it was an in-person meeting. So, maybe we can decide among ourselves what what would be satisfactory in terms of that? Does she need to go back and email them again now? What is it that we're looking for exactly?
Yeah, another thing that I'd like to mention here, because I imagine all of the parties involved who are thinking, yeah, but this is going to actually come through a different department. I think one of the challenges that we often face when there are multiple sort of related complaints is it would be easy to say, oh, don't worry, this is going to get covered in that other one. But I think we have to treat them independently just in case it doesn't get covered in that other one, because and this may seem very straightforward and a situation where it'd be easy to say, oh, don't worry, that definitely will be covered. But since we can't guarantee that, I think and I know this means a little bit of extra work for Ms. Thompson, and I appreciate her working with on this just to get that verification. And members, I would say perhaps this is either an email or a memo, an exchange of memos between the departments that can be shared then with, and assuming that email is the easiest way to do that, then shared with Mr. Hooper, that would essentially put in writing what they said that they did at that time. But I think it would have this added assurance to know that that what Ms. Thompson was requesting was the thing to which they were responding in full.
So this is member Neighbors again. So no new action, just a documentation of past action. Is that what we would be asking for?
Oh, that's not what I was thinking, but that's interesting. Unfortunately, I believe, Ms. Thompson, did you say that were you here 3 years ago and was the person who you are dealing with now also here 3 years ago, or are we dealing with different people?
Oh, do you mean persons as in Mr. Hooper, Mr. Sullivan? Which person?
No, I mean representatives of OEWD and Parks Alliance. Are you communicating with the same person with whom you communicated about this 3 years ago?
Oh, no, I do not believe that person is still with Parks. But I would like to answer your question. We, on Wednesday, September 8th, 2021, Hank Heckel responded to this very request to Mr. Hooper and to Anonymous. Mm-hmm. The question came in and it says, and he did respond, it says, so when you asked the San Francisco Parks Alliance /Building /Play Flag about responsive documents, it was oral or not written or saved. And I responded and I said, I called them for a meeting. And so Hank has responded to Mr. Hooper, to Mr. Sullivan, and to Anonymous September 8th, letting them know that I do not have a written document of that exchange between myself and the Parks Alliance.
And I saw this email exchange as well, so I know what you're referring to. Actually, maybe if I go back to Mr. Hooper, at this point, does having that documentation referring to the previous conversation that was had that returned no documents, is that satisfactory to you, or do you feel as though you want a written response? Or I guess is that letter satisfactory to you at this point?
Well, thank you for asking me that. I guess I'm tempted to turn the question back to your committee because it's really your responsibility. But if you ask me, of course I'm not satisfied. I don't know what happened at an oral meeting 3 years ago. I'm still looking for how much money was actually spent, why the Mission Dolores Benefit District was called off. There's a lot of unanswered questions, and I can't imagine that any member of the public would be satisfied about an undisclosed oral meeting that occurred 3 years ago. That's entirely unsatisfactory.
Okay, I think what we're getting to then is I think this committee is going to ask Ms. Thompson to find the new counterpart at Parks Alliance and essentially ask the same question that would have been asked, that you did ask 3 years ago, but to do it in writing so that we can have and please request a written response, because we would like to have both sides of this exchange in writing that then can be supplied to Mr. Hooper, which either will include documents based on a search that Park Alliance does, or in fact may return no responsive documents, as you said they did 3 years ago. But we'd like to see this. We'd like to see this exchange conducted again in writing.
So I guess what I'm going to ask is, I was just going through my records, and I want to say that this all started in May 21st of 2019. So what I would like to know from you is, if I get this in writing from the Parks Alliance, will this close out? Will this satisfy this? Because what I really don't want is, I do not want to have to present this document and then we meet again. Which, by the way, I also want to compliment this committee of the task force. I think you've managed a quorum quite nicely, and I think you've actually managed this meeting quite nicely. But what I'm asking is, if I get this in writing from the Parks Alliance, does this satisfy this? Does this close this out? Or will I be coming before you again a month from now, and Mr. Hooper will then say, but what I didn't receive is, I didn't receive the invoices, which he has received all of the invoices. Like, I just want to know that that response will satisfy this request. We will close it out and we will be done with it.
Well, let me ask Mr. Hooper. Mr. Hooper, it sounds like this, is this the final piece as far, and here's the thing, Ms. Thompson, we don't know what the new person at Parks Alliance may or may not find. But if the person responds in writing with a response that is similar to the one you received orally in 2019, my guess is that would close this out. However, although actually, if they find more documents, Mr. Hooper might even be, he might, well, I don't want to say be delighted, but I think he would be happier if it returned documents that maybe were not found previously. But Mr. Hooper, from your perspective, if we're able to orchestrate this exchange and written verification that of the request from OEWD and a response from Parks Alliance about what they do or do not have, would that satisfy what you're looking for from OEWD related to this specific records request?
Well, that's hard to answer in advance, but put it this way, I would be very pleased that for the first time in 2.5 years, the Office of Economic and Workforce Development is cooperating with a concerned member of the public and not resisting and digging its heels in every step of the way. So I think this would go a long way. I can't really say in advance whether I would be entirely satisfied, but because we don't really know what Parks Alliance will say, but I would certainly consider it an act of very good faith on the part of OEWD to make the written request and make available in writing the response they receive from Parks Alliance. So if that's helpful, that's my reaction.
Okay, so Ms. Thompson, I think that might explain where we are. Mr. Hooper can't promise what he's going to feel in the future in response to something he has not yet received. However, it does seem like both parties are going into this, with good intentions, and that would you agree to making this written request to Parks Alliance? And now, of course, we are assuming that Parks Alliance is going to cooperate in this and give us the written response that you request. And if you could return both of those to our administrator to deliver to this committee and to Mr. Hooper, I am optimistic that may help to tie up compliance on this matter rather quickly.
Okay, so I will tomorrow morning send an email. I need to find the counterpart to Allison, who is there now. I do not know who that person is. and ask them for these documents. But to be like, because I do feel a little uncomfortable. I do feel I am 100% confident that they're going to come back, that they have no additional documents. And I do feel that I'm going to give you that document. I'm going to give that to Mr. Hooper, and then he's going to come before us again with another question. But I really feel like there is another question, and that needs to be unto itself a whole new request. That here we are since May 21st of 2019. And also, I do not appreciate the characteristic of me not being helpful or supportive. I know that Mr. Sullivan and Mr. Tomasevich, who's not on this call, and others would say that as a person who's a custodian of records, that I generally go above and beyond what most custodian of records do. And yes, I am exasperated because here we are past May 21st, 2019. And I still feel like every time I give Mr. Hooper a document, or in this case, he now has everything that we have ever had on these green benefit districts, that it just keeps getting continued on. And this just feel like, in computer words, it's like a for next loop. It just keeps going.
Well, Ms. Thompson, we appreciate you being here today and agreeing to our request. And I think a big role of the task force and of this committee, is to try to get the public the documents they want. And also, we have a clear interest in helping to resolve cases as quickly as possible, because Ms. Leger will tell you we've got plenty of cases behind this one. So it is not in anyone's interest for us to drag to extend things longer than they need to be. So I think all parties in this are interested in getting resolution as quickly as possible. And then Mr. Hooper, as you indicated, can always make new requests. And it sounds like your office is ready to be responsive to new requests. And I know Mr. Hooper, understands the system, and he knows what his rights are, and he knows, what he can request in terms of public documents going forward. Members,
so will I be coming before you again? Sorry, just for clarification. Will I be coming before you again in a month? I just want to see the path forward.
Yes, I hate to tell you, you're going to have to come back here because this is how our process works. And I wish we could
that's
just
totally fine.
Yeah, no, I wish we could just do it over email and say, okay, we're done. But the way this process works is that, we make these requests, and then you do have to come back to the hearing so that this is done in public, and, that the petitioners and the respondents are here, but also that members of the public are given a chance to respond to the, whatever action we take. But I am hopeful.
I just wanted to, see the path.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So that would be the process. Members, someone want to make a motion on this matter? I can maybe provide some food for thought. Here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that if we were to have a motion requesting, I think what we've said before, and this is also to help Ms. Leger, we would like to request that Ms. Thompson at OEWD sends a request in writing to the appropriate counterpart at Parks Alliance, reiterating a request for responsive records that was made 3 years ago in response to, or on behalf of Mr. Hooper, and to request that the response from Parks Alliance come back in writing, and that both of these communications be provided to the task force administrator, then to be shared with the Compliance and Amendments Committee and Mr. Hooper. And I'd like to give 2 weeks for this to happen so that we will receive it all back in time for our next Compliance and Amendments Committee hearing.
I think that's a motion.
You think that's motion? Did I just make the motion? I just made the motion. Okay. Do I have a second?
This is Member Neighbors. I'll second.
Okay. Ms. Leger, was that clear enough?
Moved by Chair LaHood that we request that Ms. Thompson send to the appropriate counterpart at Parks Alliance and make a request on behalf of Mr. Hooper for the records, and that the response from Parks Alliance be provided in writing to the SOTF administrator and the Compliance and Amendments Committee at their next meeting.
I would say both the request and response in writing.
Hang on a second.
Ms. Leger, I'm just going to say something to make sure people know the line is still working. How's it going?
No, I'm just writing it out as I think I said it to you. So I just wanted to say it one more time before we actually get into the record as a motion.
Mm-hmm.
By Chair LaHood, second by Member Neighbors, that the committee request that Ms. Thompson sends to the appropriate counterpart at Parks Alliance and request on behalf of Mr. Hooper for new records, and that both the request and the request to and response from Parks Alliance be provided to the Task Force Administrator and the Compliance and Amendments Committee before the October compliance. Am I getting that right?
And to Mr. Hooper, yes. I mean, I would say if it's to the administrator and then you would deliver it to us, and we want to make sure that Mr. Hooper receives it as well.
Okay, I've got it. Do we want to take public comment on the motion?
Yes, we'd like to take public comment on the motion.
Something else to say about the motion.
And also, I want to apologize. Now I'm looking at the written documents, and I realize it's Ms. Mizuko Thompson. I didn't realize your last name is hyphenated. I apologize.
That's okay. Don't worry about it. It's okay.
I want to get those things right. So yes. So Ms. Leger, let's open up for public comment, and we're welcoming public comment from members of the public who are not parties to this or supporting either party, but just members of the public who would like to comment on this matter. Is there anyone who would like to make comment on this matter today?
Anonymous number 3.
Anonymous number 3, you are first in line. Is there anyone else who would like to make public comment? Okay, we're going to start with anonymous number 3. We'll make one last call for public comment after he's finished. Ms. Leger, when you're ready with the timer.
Yes. Anonymous number 3, are you ready?
I am.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. This is anonymous number 3. I didn't hear the beginning, probably most of this case, but I did hear the end. And so I agree generally with the motion, but I think you can improve it. One, it shouldn't be just Ms. Mizuko Thompson. It should be Ms. Mizuko Thompson and the Office of Economic Workforce and Development, because it's at the end, the department and its head who are legally responsible, not just a particular staffer. And second, you should specify exactly what they're requesting from SF Parks Alliance. So I'm going to read to you quotations from, this is the court case about contractors and the accessing contractor records. So, quote, this is Community Youth Athletic Center versus City of National City. Quote, the city's duty requires it to communicate the scope of the information requested to the custodians of its records, comma, who may include private retained consultants. The next quote, the agency is obligated to make reasonable efforts towards clarification and production. Next quote, in this case, the one I'm reading, the city gave up too soon and did not press the matter sufficiently to a reasonable extent at a time when most of the field surveys which it owned still existed. And finally, Government Code Section 6253.3 has provided that a public agency may not allow another party to control the disclosure of information that is otherwise subject to disclosure pursuant to this chapter, which in this case would be SFPA. Please specify what specifically you're asking OEWD to ask from SFPA, which my understanding of the law says it's those original 9 requests that he made that started this complaint. That should be forwarded to SFPA. They should be told to produce whatever they have responsive to that and give it back. I believe it was Member Schmidt who pointed this out at the full task force. Even if you take Ms. Mizuko Thompson at her word, you don't know what SFPA knows about what OEWD already produced to him. So you can't just say, oh, new records. What would that mean? They should just get the request that he made that started this complaint, those original 9 requests. They should send that to SF Parks Alliance, say, give us what you have. And if it's all stuff he already has, then that's it. But if there's anything new, to produce it. But SF Parks Alliance cannot possibly know what John Hooper already has. So it should not say new results or anything like that. It's just whatever he originally asked for. And I'd urge you to make those 2 corrections. State that you want OEWD to send the original request that is the subject of this complaint, the 9 requests, to SF Parks Alliance, and make it a request not just of Ms. Mizuko Thompson, but Ms. Mizuko Thompson and OEWD. After that, whenever you meet again, if you find, quote, that the city, quote, pressed the matter sufficiently to a reasonable extent, then OEWD has done its duty. And that's what you're testing for. That's the requirement. Pressing the matter sufficiently to a reasonable extent with SFPA. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any other members of the public wishing to make public comment on this matter? Okay, hearing none. Members, I think those are good suggestions that I think sometimes when we name individuals, we are intending it also to mean the department, but we need to be precise with our words. So, Ms. Leger, if you could modify the motion to be requesting Ms. Mizuko Thompson and the Office of Economic and Workforce Development, not just Ms. Mizuko Thompson, and also to ask that the inquiry to San Francisco Parks Alliance be that she include the original 9 requests for responsive documents, because I do think that makes sense, because it would be near impossible for her to say, we sent these, specifically all of these things. Do you have anything else? And even though it may result in Mr. Hooper receiving duplicates of things that he already has, it will also ensure that he might receive things that he does not yet have.
Okay, so how do we want to word this motion? So we want to amend the motion.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, moved by Chair LaHood, second by Member Neighbors. that the committee is requesting that Ms. Thompson.
Mizuko Thompson. Now that we're
Correct. And
now that we're saying it correctly, let's make sure it's correct in the record.
Send to the appropriate counterpart at Parks Alliance and request on behalf of Mr. Hooper the original 9 records. Is that what we're looking at?
I'm not looking at it right now, but the 9 requests for responsive documents or responsive records. I shouldn't say documents because you never know if it's a document or not.
Right. And that the original 9 requests. And that both the request and response be provided to the SOTF administrator.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Hooper and the committee and that Ms. Mizuko Thompson that those records
I'm so sorry to interrupt you all, but I think I need to clarify something. Mr. Hooper did not ask for 9 items in his original request. His original request was a broad request for the Green Benefits District. What you are actually referring to when you say 9, I believe you're actually referring to the deliverables that the Parks Alliance was supposed to provide. So there was a contract with Build Inc. Build Inc. closed, was folded up by Parks Alliance. The contract had 9 deliverables. So to be clear, to be specific, Mr. Hooper's original request was very broad. We provided him with all the documents. He honed in on the deliverables, and that, I believe, is what you're asking for. There was not a request asking for 9 specific items.
I'm going to ask Mr. Hooper. Mr. Hooper, are you looking for the 9 deliverables? Mr. Hooper, we can't hear you. You might need to press *6 to unmute.
No?
Oh, we can hear you now. Yes.
Madam Chair, John Hooper, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, the 9 deliverables, that's a big help. I would be very happy to receive those.
So
okay.
we have to say 9 requests for records. We want to say 9 requests for deliverables.
9 deliverables. So there was a contract.
No, it's responsive records, but I understand. So we want to get this as clear as possible.
Agreed. So I think there was an original request which was extremely broad, and we provided all the documents that we knew to be in our possessions. Then Mr. Hooper took me to the task force again and said, there are these deliverables. I would like those documents. And to that extent, what he was looking for was the data. So there was a SurveyMonkey, and he was looking for the data for the SurveyMonkey. SurveyMonkey doesn't have data. It has a spreadsheet on the other end of it. And so that's what he asked for. And we provided him with that document, which is the spreadsheet that went to the SurveyMonkey. I think that that's why this is really, I think that this is why this is very, very challenging, is that there are many pieces to this case that are being confused. And what you're going to send me, right, is you're going to send me a request that's actually inaccurate. So we provided Mr. Hooper with all those documents. He then, what he asked for from the Parks Alliance was all the data and any emails that they had over and above what I had. And when I reached out to Allison, I asked her for the data behind the SurveyMonkey. And what she gave me, which I already had in my possession, was a spreadsheet as to where people's responses went. She did not have any other documents over and above the deliverables she had provided us. And that is how we responded. Moving forward, Mr. Hooper made other requests. We are here tonight to address the 21 questions that I was found to be not in compliance with. And now,
okay, just so we don't get mixed up with different requests, Mr. Hooper, would you like for this written request to include the 21 original questions?
Why don't we ask Parks Alliance to turn over their entire file involving the development of the Mission Dolores Green Benefit District? That way, maybe I have a lot of it already, maybe I don't, but that way I'll have more confidence that OEWD is making a bona fide effort to get to the bottom of this.
But to be clear that this isn't just about the Mission Dolores Green Benefit District. This is about the Buena Vista Green Benefit District. This is about the Mission Dolores Green Benefit District. This was about the potential of a Sunset District. I guess I'm really trying to be helpful. And, you know, I get that like 3 years later, this is very confusing for all of us. So what I think is reasonable is I will find Allison's counterpart at the Parks Alliance. And in the same way that we made all our responsive documents available to Mr. Hooper, to Anonymous, to Mr. Tomasevich, and to Mr. Sullivan, I will make all of those documents available to the Parks Alliance for them to review. And I will then ask them if they have any documents for all of those benefit districts that they participated in, because I am, again, really, really concerned that I respond to this in the way that you've asked. And then Mr. Hooper's going to say, well, I also meant the Yerba Buena or Buena Vista, or I also meant the Sunset. So I'm going to make available to the Parks Alliance, to whomever that counterpart is, all of the documents that we currently have in our files. I'm going to ask them to review those documents, and then I'm going to ask them if they have any other documents that are not captured in our previous responses. And I think that's the only transparent way to manage this request.
Wouldn't it be easier just to say, send us everything you have on green benefits districts?
Those contracts have been sunsetted. So just so we are clear, those contracts have been sunsetted a long time ago. In fact, some of them were sunsetted prior to the May 2019 sunshine request. So I don't think that is the right way to go about it, because they may in fact not have very much left, because those contracts ended, they were sunsetted. And also, just to remind everybody that there were 3 entities involved. There was Place Lab, Build Inc., and then the Parks Alliance. 2 of those entities no longer exist. What we do have that exists is the Parks Alliance. What is the most transparent way to go about this is for me to make available to them all the documents that I have in my possession for them to review and to say if there is anything over and above those documents that they may have in their possession. But to be clear, those contracts sunsetted over 3 years ago.
Member Neighbors, I see that you have your hand up. You have a question?
I guess a kind of an observation. You know, the number 9 that was brought up by Anonymous 3 refers not to 9 items, but to 9 numbered paragraphs, you may recall. And those 9 numbered paragraphs were the original request. And within those 9 paragraphs, there are many other smaller requests, which, you know, are uncounted, but they are very clearly, I would say, really clearly delineated in the list of 9. I think going bigger is, you know, or more general in making this request of Parks Alliance could create some confusion for everyone. And if we stick with the original 9 items on this request, then it's going to allow Mr. Hooper to, and as we suggested before, with some support from others, to organize, you know, look at the responsiveness to that original 9 requests, and then if there are additional requests, open a new request for that item with a specific request in mind. I worry that if we go too broad, we're just enlarging this request without really staying on track of what it was that was originally asked for. And that new case numbers should be asked for new materials, so that we do have a possibility of closing this case because we've gotten the definitive. We put these 9 items out. Now they've been asked to Parks Alliance. Parks Alliance has responded, and my recommendation would not be to send them responsive documents already, but to make the request. And like you said, some items that come in may be duplicates. Some may be new because they didn't realize. We've seen this over and over when they're repeating, when entities are repeating their searches and new documents are uncovered and get brought in. So I would just like to caution taking action that might actually prolong this or make it muddier rather than staying really clear and staying on that original 9 paragraph request.
And actually, Member Neighbors, I think you're right. And actually, Ms. Mizuko Thompson, this might make things easier for you. If you're just copying that 9 paragraphs, and once you find the counterpart at Parks Alliance and say, we are requesting responsive documents, here are the 9, you know, based on here's the request, here are the 9 paragraphs, please respond to me in writing with any responsive, excuse me, I keep saying documents, any responsive records that you have. Even though they may be duplicates, if we're able to hand that off to Mr. Hooper, I agree with Member Neighbors that this might resolve things faster than anything else.
That's fine. If you could resend me the 9 paragraphs that you are referring to so that we are all singing from the same sheet of music, that would be great.
Okay. Member Neighbors, since you've got eyes on those paragraphs now, if you would mind, I hope you don't mind forwarding that to Ms. Leger.
I don't. And just as if anybody's playing at home, in the packet, this is on P31.
Page P31. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. So.
Back to the motion.
Sorry. Yes, Ms. Leger, please.
Back to the motion. Okay. So this is what I've got so far. Moved by Chair LaHood, second by Member Neighbors, that the committee is requesting that Ms. Mizuko Thompson send to the appropriate counterpart of Parks Alliance and request on behalf of Mr. Hooper the original 9 requests for responsive records, and that both the request and response be provided to the Task Force Administrator, Mr. Hooper, and the Compliance and Amendments Committee.
Yes, I think the only other thing we need to introduce in there I think even though Ms. Mizuko Thompson is the one who's going to be doing this, I think we request that Ms. Mizuko Thompson and the Office of Economic and Workforce Development, even though we know she's going to be doing it.
Oh, dear.
And then everything else as you just said it.
Hang on. Oh, thought I'd lost all my notes. Excuse me, ladies. Like
Got
I said,
it. Save all the time.
Oh, God. Oh, I thought I lost everything. Have patience with me while I scroll through this.
Okay. Thank you. We appreciate it.
Sorry, are you taking public comment on the amendment or no?
We're going to get it straight first.
All right.
Okay, I just included OEWD.
Okay. If we could have you read it one more time, and since we are making substantive changes, we will take one more round of public comments on this. But Ms. Leger, if you could read it, what we have at this point, that would be great.
Yeah, no problem. Moved by Chair LaHood, second by Member Neighbors, that the committee is requesting that Ms. Mizuko Thompson and the Office of Economic and Workforce Development send to the appropriate counterpart, Parks Alliance, and request on behalf of Mr. Hooper the original 9 requests for responsive records, and both the request and the response be provided to the Task Force Administrator, Mr. Hooper, and the Compliance and Amendments Committee for their October meeting.
Do we have in there that sending the request and we said and see we have in there that we're seeking a written response, correct?
Wait a minute. Yeah, let's see. Request on behalf of Mr. Hooper, the original 9 requests for responsive records, and both the written request and response.
No, okay, response for written request for responsive records.
Right.
And ask for a written response.
And that both the written request and written response be provided to the Task Force Administrator, Mr. Hooper, and the Compliance and Amendments Committee for their October meeting. Does that make sense? So I say it again?
I think we've got it, but we want it within 14 days.
Okay, within 14 days.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Okay. Member Neighbors, are you satisfied with that amendment?
I'm satisfied, thank you.
Okay.
Public comment on the motion?
Yeah, I just want to say, Member Wong, anything else to add, or should we take public comment on the? Okay. Yes, let's take public comment.
Anonymous number 3.
Okay. Anonymous number 3. Is there anyone else who will be next in line? Okay. Ms. Leger, when you're ready with the timer, we'll hear a comment from anonymous number 3.
Okay. Sir, I just wanted to make a request that you slow down when you speak.
I will certainly try.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. This is anonymous number 3. First of all, thank you very much to Member Neighbors for actually looking at the source documentation. It's infuriating is one word to give a comment. I read these packets very carefully and be told that I'm bullshitting you guys, that, oh, there weren't 9 requests or it's some 9 other documents. No, the law is clear. The original request he made is it is the obligation of the city to take that request, communicate the scope of that request to its known custodians, which includes private consultants, in this case, SF Parks Alliance, and produce those records to Mr. Hooper. That's the obligation. And I think you guys just cracked the case right now. And maybe I misunderstood, but I seemed like Ms. Thompson testified to you that whenever she went to SF Parks Alliance way back when, she did not ask for all of the things Mr. Hooper had asked for. She only asked, maybe if I understood that correctly, for the Survey Monkey spreadsheet data, whatever, and not all 9 original requests. That's just one of the 9 requests. And that's the problem. The obligation under Community Youth Athletic Center is you go to your known custodians, including the private contractors, and you ask them for whatever they have that's responsive to the person making the request to the city. And we will never know now. As she said, the contract's over, the records are deleted, and that's exactly what Community Youth Athletic Center is about. At the time the records existed, the city failed to, quote, press the matter sufficiently with its known custodians. And my understanding is that's exactly what happened here. In the future, and maybe you need to send out a citywide memorandum about this, when you're asking, and he's very clear in this that he's asking for books and records of SF Parks Alliance, in his original letter, his original records request with 9 paragraphs from SF Parks Alliance, he's saying that. The city needs to understand, you need to communicate the total extent of the records request to the private contractor and get all of the records. And the only way that this task force should believe that it has done so to a reasonable extent if there's some written evidence of this. It's exactly what Member Schmidt discussed at the full task force. We don't really know what exactly was requested originally. And that's why things should be done in writing. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to make public comment on this motion? Okay, hearing none, please call the vote.
Chair LaHood?
Aye.
Chair LaHood, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
It's aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Moved by Chair LaHood, second by Member Neighbors, that the committee is requesting that Ms. Mizuko Thompson and the Office of Economic and Workforce Development send to the appropriate counterpart of Parks Alliance and request on behalf of Mr. Hooper the original 9 requests for responsive records, and both the written request and the written response be provided to the Task Force Administrator, Mr. Hooper, and the Compliance and Amendments Committee for their October meeting within 14 days.
Thank you. And I want to thank all the participants here. I know this has been going on for a long time, and I really appreciate everyone taking the time to help us with this matter. Let's move on to the next item, please.
Item number 7, file number 19062, complaint filed by John Hooper against Public Works for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and or complete manner. On July 7, 2021, the task force found the Department of Public Works violated Administrative Code Section 6721C by failing to provide the requested records in a complete and or timely manner, and orders that the Department of Public Works to assist Mr. Hooper in identifying the existence, form, and nature of the records from Parks Alliance that may be available to them within 14 days, and refers the matter to the Compliance and Amendments Committee for monitoring.
Okay, thank you. And I believe because everyone was involved in the previous item that all of our participants are here. I'm going to ask Mr. Hooper first, and then Mr. Steinberg, I'll give you a chance to respond. But Mr. Hooper, can you tell us have you received any additional public records from Public Works at this point?
No.
Have you received any other communication about where they are in the process?
I don't know if Public Works has contacted Parks Alliance, and I don't know if Parks Alliance has responded yay or nay.
Okay, well, let's ask Mr. Steinberg. Mr. Steinberg, can you tell us, have you been in communication? Sorry?
Yes. And I told Mr. Hooper this in an email. I can find it within the last week or so. So on July 7th, the task force ordered us to ask the Parks Alliance for financial documents related to Mr. Hooper's request. We sent the letter within 14 days as required by the order. It appears on page P1592 of your packet. We have received no records from the Parks Alliance.
So you have received no records. Have you received a response to your request?
Yes, on August 12th, we received a response from an attorney for the Parks Alliance asking for a copy of the order of determination. We wrote back the same day, promising to follow up. On August 18th, we wrote back to the Alliance, letting the attorney know that no order had been issued yet, but we provided a link to the SOTF minutes. The next day, on August 19th, the attorney wrote asking for a copy of the grant agreement. We wrote back the same day informing them that we didn't have a copy of the contract as it was with OEWD, not Public Works. We then requested a copy of the grant agreement from OEWD and sent it to the Parks Alliance on August 23rd. The last communication from the attorney for the Alliance was August 26th, in which they informed us that the Alliance would review their records and see if they had anything pertinent to our request.
I'm sorry, what was the date, the last date of that final communication?
They wrote to us, we provided a contract to them on the 23rd, and the last email we got from them was August 26th.
August 26th, okay.
Yeah.
And what happens next?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, our position has been all along that we didn't have the documents and we didn't have access to the documents because the contract with the Parks Alliance and its predecessors was with OEWD, not with Public Works. But we were ordered to write and ask them for the documents, and we did that. And so I believe we have fulfilled our obligation under the order by the task force.
And I'm going to have you repeat again. The last response you got from them was
August 26th. I can read it to you if you want. I could pick. They said, the attorney said that that the Alliance would review their records and see if they had anything pertinent to our request.
So it is possible that they are still in the process of reviewing their records. Did they tell you when they would get back to you, or no?
Very soon, I believe was what the letter said. And
okay.
That was more than a month ago.
Okay. Well, it has been some time, but not that long. Member Neighbors, I see that you have your hand up.
Yeah, I had a question for Mr. Steinberg. Is that okay to ask now?
Sure.
I think I heard you say that you requested from them any financial records specifically. Did you forward them the 9-point request from Mr. Hooper? Or did you ask them in some other way?
I asked them some other way. That was, if you recall, at the task force meeting when we were ordered to ask them for the information that Mr. Hooper was missing. This is to Anonymous's point. Clarity is a good thing. So I specifically asked Chair Wolf, what exactly is it that I am asking them for? And he said the financial information that Mr. Hooper says he doesn't have. So I took from his original request those 9 items, and I basically paraphrased, or I more or less copied and pasted the information related to the financial portions of that of his request. And again, that's in your packet.
Okay. Can you my computer loads really slowly because the packet's so big. Can you tell me what the P number is for that? Do you know?
It was sorry, I just went backwards. 1592. So I specifically asked, comply with the SOTF order, San Francisco Public Works requests you provide the documents and or any information in your possession regarding the existence, form, and nature of the documents summarized below and described in greater specificity in Public Records Request 19-517 dated February 11, 2019, and I provided a link so they could see Mr. Hooper's actual request. But because Chair Wolf instructions when I asked for clarification were the financial stuff, I basically copied and pasted, and I said financial documents relating to the funding and initiation of the management of engineers, the three bullet points that I basically lifted directly from the request.
Okay. Actually, I have a question for Ms. Leger. Ms. Leger, can you hear me?
Yeah, I am. I'm waiting for your question. Sorry. When Mr. Steinberg said, and I had this trouble too, I noticed that for both this item and the previous one, because I was looking for the order of determination and could not find either one. Are we still waiting for some? Is there some process that's going on with that? Are we waiting for signatures on those? No, we're not waiting for signatures. ODs are being restructured on how we say what we do. And
you know what? I remember that from our last meeting. Okay, so that's why there's been a delay.
Yeah. So
Okay.
A lot of ODs have not been developed because I guess the task force is going to decide how they want to structure their ODs so that they provide a good foundation for people who are looking to move forward with whatever claims they have that are separate from task force claims. This is just to give them support.
Okay, that makes sense based on some of the discussion from our last meeting. So the ones that have happened since that decision was the order of determination. There's no documentation yet.
Lila, you were breaking up. If you want, I'm just going to hang on and see what I do have.
No, that's okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Oh, I was saying, so any orders of determination that have been issued in that intervening time since the decision was made to come up with a new kind of order of determination documentation, there are a couple in limbo then at this point. Is that correct?
Yeah, I drafted them back in August. No. What is this? Yeah, I have two of them that are in draft format, but the chair has not signed them. Like I said, it has to do with the structure that we're going through.
Okay, that doesn't need to hold anything up. I was just curious, especially because Mr. Steinberg had mentioned it in the course of his comments today.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, actually, I'd like to ask Mr. Hooper. Mr. Hooper, after hearing the progress that Mr. Steinberg has made, I know Public Works is still waiting for responsive documents or some sort of response from the Parks Alliance. But any thoughts on the fact that progress has been made so far?
Well, I wouldn't use the term progress. I would use the term obfuscation, but I think the obvious thing is to ask Mr. Steinberg to do it again, make the request in writing available to you and to me, and to await and to give a deadline and ask for Parks Alliance to respond.
Did he say he did that?
I believe, and member neighbors, because I know you were following the pages on the document, I believe we do have this communication. Do we have some of this communication in writing?
We do. I think, one thing I'm curious about, I have no reason. My recollection of Chair Wolf asking specifically for the financial information, I don't have a different memory, but I'm not sure if that's really going to be sufficient, and I'm wondering if it might be necessary to ask Mr. Steinberg to make the request using the original 9 paragraph points as well, or if you recall, Chair Wolf, if there was a rationale for not using those original 9 points, if he felt that the other document requests have been met, which I don't think we've seen evidence of that, or if there was another reason for that. Because I think while Mr. Steinberg has followed Chair Wolf's orders, it sounds like I don't, this could also put us back on the circle of coming back and saying like, okay, great, we got this and this and this, but we still haven't made the request for all 9 original paragraphs.
Mhm.
And I figured we might as well just expedite that now if we can.
And I'm thinking, I have a thought here too. Now, I don't know if this is allowed or this is proper, but since we've just asked Ms. Mizuko Thompson to make a specific request that it seems that Mr. Steinberg is in the process of making to the same organization, would it be possible for them to join forces and just do this? No.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I didn't mean to interrupt. That's specifically what the task force has told us we are not allowed to do. That we have to.
You're not allowed to do it. How about this? You know what? You may. Yeah. Thank you for jumping in. You're not allowed to do that, but perhaps perhaps it would benefit both agencies if you shared some of the contact information you have. If you are making headway, it might be beneficial to your colleague to say this is the person to talk to.
Yeah. Well, as I said, I sent it. I mean. And then again, you know, our position has been that because we didn't have the contract, first of all, you know, giving them a deadline, we have no authority to do that because there is no contract with us.
Mm-hmm.
However, they did send it to their attorney, and their attorney has responding. You know, as I said, and again, you can read it in the letter. I pulled out from the request the portions that were the financial ones, because that's what Wolf said, mostly because, as we've said for a couple of years now, everything that we had, we've already turned over. But I asked specifically for all the financial ones, but I also linked to the request, which does, in fact, list the 9 bullet points and the 9 categories of records that Mr. Hooper asked for. So they've already been provided with that in my initial letter.
Okay, so Mr. Steinberg, what do you propose to help move this forward? I know, you know, it's been almost a month since you've heard from the attorneys. Would it make sense for you to send a follow-up request to them asking how the progress is going and when they expect to get back to you? Does that seem appropriate?
Yeah, I can certainly do that. I mean, I think the issue of, and that's why I sort of jumped in, and I apologize for doing that. But,
you know what, that's okay. I understand, and you know, sometimes we, I will say for myself and other task force members, we start thinking, well, what would be the easiest way to get things done? But I think you're right, and in fact, it's not fair to you or to Ms. Mizuko Thompson to link these 2 cases because it might slow you down.
Well, and they obviously, I mean, they have been linked. They haven't been consolidated, but they have been linked the entire time.
Yeah.
But you know, because what we had told the task force, if you recall, was that we provided all the documents we had. We don't have any more. We didn't have a contract with OEWD, and so we essentially didn't have any authority to ask them for anything else. But moreover, OEWD had testified that they had already turned over the documents that they might have, and that they had asked the Parks Alliance and received no additional documents. And I was sort of chastised by Member Schmidt saying, we don't know what OEWD asked for. We don't know what OEWD got. You have to make that request on your own. So that's why, you know, we have made this. That's why we made the separate request. So,
you know what? I think it was good at this. So it sounds like you are willing to write to the attorney again to get a status update to find out if they have anything that they're ready to provide, or if they at least can give you a date by which they think they will be able to provide these responsive records. Is that correct? You know, I'm having a hard time hearing you. I don't know if you're...
Sorry. I was muted. I got a system message saying that I was muted, and so I didn't hear what you said.
Okay.
I think you were starting to say yes. I'm perfectly willing to.
It sounds like you are willing to write to the attorney again, asking for a status update as to whether they have responsive records that they're able to turn over, or if they know how much longer it's going to take them to complete their search.
Yes, I'm perfectly willing to do that. And again, I don't know that they have any. I don't know that they have any more. I'm perfectly willing to do that and come back again.
Okay. With a written response from them.
Sure.
Okay. And member Neighbors, I see your hand up.
So my thinking is that since Mr. Steinberg is writing to them anyway, it might be useful for us in terms of just, making sure that we're documenting these requests to the Parks Alliance, dotting our I's and crossing our T's, having a paper trail and all that stuff, for him to clarify that he is seeking records for those original 9 paragraphs in that push to them. And I think, it actually could be useful for them to be hearing the same request from 2 departments and responding to it. And it is not onerous for them to do so, because really we're only talking about clicking a button, copy and paste, or CC or whatever.
Right,
they're going
sending
to
the
do.
same information to 2 different email addresses. Yeah.
Right.
That seems fair. So, Mr. Hooper, does this course of action, although as you said, you're not satisfied yet because you don't have what you're looking for, but does our planned course of action, do you feel comfortable with that?
Thank you for asking me. Yes, this coincides precisely with the order that was issued by the full task force on July 7th, that DPW requests such records from Parks Alliance, and that may be available to them. So that sounds like a good affirmation of what the task force asked for 2 months ago.
Okay. And Mr. Steinberg, I would say I understand why you chose to paraphrase the request in a particular way. I do like member Neighbors' suggestion that we're not saying that you need to undo that paraphrasing of the request, but perhaps, but in your next email to them, we'd like you to add as an addendum, this is the original request to which we are responding, and we're seeking responsive documents in all of these areas.
I can do that. It is different than what I was told to do originally, and it's different from what I asked them for, because as I said, we've already provided Mr. Hooper with hundreds of pages of documents, many of which would have already had, all raw survey, number 3, for example, all raw survey data collected in connection with the GVD surveys. That's not what he was seeking in my case, and what I was told to ask for. I can ask for it again. Presumably anything that they have that, we've already given to him, he's just going to get duplicates, which is fine. I hesitate to, I feel like I understand Marianne's reluctance to do something like this, only because it seems like the goalposts keep changing. I spent a year and a half being told you have to give all the documents you have, and I kept saying I don't have any documents. And for most of that time, the task force said, we believe that you've complied, but because these 2 cases are so linked, we're going to continue, keep sending it through. And then at some point, I was told, you have to go find things that you don't have and you have no control over anyway. But specifically, go get the financial ones, which I've done. Mr. Hooper will often, when he's asked why he's not satisfied with the productions, because he wants to see certain things that may or may not exist. I mean, he's quite often he refers to deliverables, which, again, not my contract, so I'm not as familiar with it. But I believe Marianne had said that, you know, they had been modified so the deliverables were actually changed, and they never received some of them. So I don't know that anything I do or any documents I get from them is ever going to satisfy what he's actually looking for. It may satisfy what actually exists, but it seems like he keeps asking for different parts of things that aren't really what the request is initially about.
Well, Mr. Hooper, let me ask you.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask Mr. Hooper a question. Mr. Hooper, you know, as we've said, these are two different cases. My inclination was to treat them in parallel and make the same request of Public Works as we did of OEWD. Do you think this will achieve what you're looking for, or at this point, since OEWD is making that broad request, would you like Public Works to narrow in on the financials, since they've the department has already made some headway in the conversation with the Parks Alliance attorney in that? Do you want us to move more in one direction or the other, or is your opinion that I'd like to hear if you have a strong preference one way or the other.
Thank you. Am I still unmuted?
No, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Well, first of all, the whole question of whether the issues should be combined, that is 19061 and 19061, has been debated and established on a number of occasions by the full task force. These are two separate complaints. OEWD had the contract. DPW had the full-time employee who went to the meetings, coercing neighbors into trying to set up these benefit districts. So it's appropriate that each agency, although they may have played somewhat different roles, be each accountable in full for their role. So I think the request that Mr. Steinbeck should make is identical to what is whatever her praenonym is, Thompson, should make, and that is give us everything you got.
Okay, members, are we ready to make a motion on this and seek public comment? Okay, member Neighbors, would you like to craft something?
Sure. I would make the motion that we are requesting that Mr. Steinberg and the Department of Public Works recontact Parks Alliance, asking them for an update on responsive records, and including clear language that the full request, including all 9 paragraphs,
and requesting that the request and the response in writing be provided
to Mr. Hooper and to our administrator, to be passed on to Mr. Hooper, and that comes back to the task force in October to update us on the progress or fulfillment.
Okay, do we have a second?
Yeah, this is Member Wong. I will second.
Okay. Ms. Leger, were you able to document that?
I think so. Do we want to say 14 days?
Yes, please. Understanding that Mr. Steinberg is going to make his request within 14 days, and we hope that the attorney will write back expeditiously, but we know that we do not control that half of the equation. We don't control either half of the equation. We have less influence over the other half of the equation.
Okay, and that was second by Member Wong.
Mm-hmm.
All right, shall I repeat this so we know what it is?
Yes, please.
Moved by Member Neighbors, second by Member Wong, that the committee is requesting of Mr. Steinberg and the Department of Public Work recontact Parks Alliance asking for an update on responsive records, including clear language of the full requests of all 9 paragraphs, and request that both the request and response be provided. Let's see, requested that the.
How about the inquiry and the response?
The inquiry. Inquiry in response be provided in writing. Be provided to the Task Force Administrator, Mr. Hooper, and the Compliance and Amendments Committee for their meeting in October within 14 days.
Yes. I mean, do we want the inquiry to be made within 14 days. We understand if the response doesn't come through, although we will remain hopeful that it would.
Okay, let's see. The full request of 9 paragraphs. That the inquiry that.
How about this? Why don't we say the inquiry to be made within 14 days?
That the written inquiry.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to make this make sure it all makes sense. Sorry, ladies and people. All right, moved by Member Neighbors, second by Member Wong, that the committee is requesting David Steinberg and the Department of Public Works recontact Parks Alliance asking for an update on responsive records, including clear language of the full requests of all 9 paragraphs, and requesting that the written inquiry be made within 14 days and the written response be provided in writing, be provided to the Task Force Administrator, Mr. Hooper, and the Compliance and Amendments Committee for their October hearing.
Great. Shall we open it up for public comment?
Okay.
Okay, while Ms. Leger is getting ready with the timer, do we have any members of the public who would like to comment on this matter, on this motion?
Anonymous number 3.
I heard anonymous number 3, and then I believe I heard Mr. Sullivan. Is there anyone else who would like to be in the queue for public comment? Okay, we'll take anonymous number 3 and then Mr. Sullivan, and we'll do one last call after Mr. Sullivan. Ms. Leger, when you're ready for the timer, please let anonymous number 3 know.
Okay. So are you ready?
I am.
You may begin.
Thank you very much. This is anonymous number 3. So I think in general, this motion is right. I do think, I think Mr. Steinberg needs to clarify to Parks Alliance that it's all 9 he's looking for, because he is in fact correct that Chair Wolf stated after the vote, after a majority had already decided what the actual motion was, this other opinion, his own personal opinion, Chair Wolf's personal opinion, and then Member Schmidt expressed his own other competing personal opinion. And I don't think either of those were voted on. That's not the motion. That's not the order of determination whenever you issue it. But this is a case of why precision is so important in orders of determination and motions. You all made a very broad motion and approved it about, generally the records that are available to SF Parks Alliance. And then Mr. Steinberg was allowed to speak out of turn. I don't know why. I know when I've asked to do this after a motion is finished, I'm not allowed to change it or clarify exactly what he wants. And then Chair Wolf gave a personal opinion and Member Schmidt gave a different personal opinion. The end of the day, it's about the original request. That's what the law is about. It doesn't matter about specific financial records. It's the original 9. He needs to give those original lines. They give me those. I assume is what your motion is. And if it's not, you should correct it. And again, this is feedback to the task force. This is why the exact motions being recorded, minutes being correct, what Mr. Warfield talks about. This is when it matters, right? This is when things can be confusing. And now Mr. Steinberg has spent extra time. You all have spent extra time. Mr. Hooper doesn't have what he wants yet. Again, please, I beg you, be as precise as possible, like the motions are today. And to record those exactly in the minutes and to not change them because they're long or detailed. They should be exact. You're issuing orders, and orders should be what the decision makers choose, a majority of the task force. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Mr. Sullivan, when Ms. Leger is ready with the timer, you may begin speaking.
Mr. Sullivan, are you ready?
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
I want to make the task force aware of a few things. The contract ends, the end date is June 30th, 2020. The bulk of the money came from DPW, less there was $157,000 the contract. OEWD only did $25,000, the rest came from DPW. You go to the signature page of the contract is actually with the city and county of San Francisco, a municipal corporation acting by and through its Office of Economics and Workforce Development. It is not with the Office of Economic and Workforce Development. It is with the city and county of San Francisco. On retentions, the contact on contracts, correspondence must be kept for 2 years. It's class 2. All the other contract records are supposed to be kept for the terms of the agreement plus 20 years. And they're class 3. And let's see. I tried to get the full records of DPW, Mr. Steinberg with SF Park Alliance. I did an immediate record request. He only gave his thing in the packet. I got the return from Park Alliance, but he gave it to me the day after the request. I mean, that I could submit the documents, and he did not submit the documents himself. Also, I feel like he's really just slow walking the thing. He waited till the last day, it's 14 days after the July 7th to actually send the letter. And then he hasn't, he has to be pressing the matter effectively. And, waiting a month, we will get back to you as soon as we can is the last line they used. That could be forever, So he needs to press more. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Is there anyone else wishing to make public comment on this motion? I want to make sure that everyone knows it's *6 to mute and *6 to unmute. I am hearing a little bit of background noise, so if you are not currently speaking or about to start speaking, please press *6 to mute your line. Does anyone else wish to make public comment on this motion?
Chair LaHood, this is David Steinberg. I have a quick question, and I realize I can't talk.
Well, so here's the thing. If it's comments in response to, I know things have been said about you, and I know this is, but we're about to vote on the motion at this point. And if it's about clarifying procedure, or is this a question about how you're supposed to write the letter?
No, I wanted to offer explanation if anyone on the, I wanted to offer the fact that if anyone on the committee wanted to ask what happened, I can offer clarification, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. We appreciate you being available to answer questions. Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who are not party to this case who want to make public comment on the motion?
Again, Warfield, can you hear me?
Oh, Mr. Warfield, now I can hear you. We would very much appreciate your public comment. Ms. Leger, when you're ready with the timer, please let Mr. Warfield know.
Mr. Warfield, are you ready?
Yes, just let me know when to start.
Go ahead, sir.
This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. We're not a party to this and not particularly familiar with the matter, but I did want to echo what Anonymous number 3 said about being precise. And I think that's very important and very valuable in all the things that you do. I was very glad to hear a little earlier Chair Lila LaHood say we need to be precise with our words. So I hope that you will follow that here and in your other activities. Thanks very much.
Thank you for your comment. Is there anyone else wishing to make public comment? I'm going to stall a little bit because I do understand sometimes the muting and unmuting is difficult. If we're not responding to you, we might not be hearing you. So you need to press *6 to unmute yourself. Is there anyone else wishing to make public comment on this motion? I am not hearing anyone. I hope we've gotten all of our public speakers, people wishing to make public comment. Ms. Leger, I think we're ready for the vote.
Chair Hood.
Yes, member.
In line with public comment, could we hear the motion through one more time? I just want to do a check for it based on some things I heard.
Sure. Ms. Leger, would you mind reading it one more time, please?
Okay, because I'm going to read it after we take the vote. You want it twice?
Yes, I think member Neighbors wants to hear it before she votes on it.
Okay. Moved by member Neighbors, second by member Wong, that the committee is requesting of David Steinberg and the Department of Public Works recontact Parks Alliance, asking for an update on their responsive records, including clear language of the full requests of all 9 paragraphs, and requesting that the written inquiry be made within 14 days and the written response provided to the Task Force Administrator, Mr. Hooper, and the Compliance and Amendments Committee for their October hearing. Did I get it?
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm good to go.
Okay, I think we're ready for the vote.
Did I get it right, ladies?
Yes.
All right. Voting time? All right. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Chair LaHood?
Aye.
Chair LaHood, aye. Moved by member Neighbors, second by member Wong, that the committee is requesting of David Steinberg and the Department of Public Works recontact Parks Alliance, asking for an update on responsive records, including clear language of the full requests of all 9 paragraphs, and requesting that the written inquiry be made within 14 days and written response be provided to the task force administrator, Mr. Hooper, and the Compliance and Amendments Committee for their October hearing.
Great, thank you. I want to thank all the participants in this case. We appreciate you being here, and we appreciate you working with us on these matters. Ms. Leger, let's call the next item. And should we take a break now? Or actually, let's do one more item, and then we'll take a 15-minute break after that. Does that work for everyone?
Works for me.
Okay, so please call the next item.
Item number 8, file number 20082, complaint filed by Library Users Association against Mary Garaduzzi and the Library Commission for violating Administrative Code Section 6715 by failing to allow participation in public comment during a remote Library Commission meeting on July 9, 2020. On June 2nd, 2021, the task force found that the Library Commission violated Administrative Code Section 6715 by failing to allow public comment and 6713A by requiring payment to attend the meeting by telephone from outside the phone toll area. The petitioner requested that the Compliance and Amendments Committee review the complaint for compliance with the order of determination.
Thank you. I'd like to ask, is Mr. Warfield here?
Yes.
Okay, we can hear you. I just wanted to make sure we could hear you. And is Ms. Garduzzi or someone else from the respondent on the call tonight?
Margot Schaub was here earlier.
Okay.
This is Margot Schaub with the San Francisco Public Library.
Oh, great. Thank you for being here. We really appreciate it. Hang on one second. I just need to write something down. What I'd like to do is, and Mr. Warfield, you had actually asked earlier how much time you would have, and I realize since this is not a new case and we're going back to this again, we're not going to set the timer, but I would like you to briefly or succinctly explain your concerns about this, since this is about compliance. And we'd like to hear from you, and then Ms. Schaub, we'll hear from you in response after Mr. Warfield has had a chance to describe his concerns. So, Mr. Warfield, when you're ready, please go ahead.
I am ready. I guess I thought you said in an email today 5 minutes. So
I did, but we've been sort of open-ended with the other cases, and we just ask that you speak succinctly, and we'll give you the time you need to explain your concerns.
Okay, let me know when to start.
Please go ahead.
So this is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. The letter that we sent to the Compliance and Amendments Committee is on an unnumbered page in the agenda packet. We subsequently, when we noticed that, we sent a letter to everybody suggesting how to find it. If you want to look with us, you can search for Chair Lila LaHood and get to the beginning of our letter. So there's some introductory material. Basically, the library has done a few steps that are an improvement, but has far from done enough to give what I've been calling a fair and reasonable opportunity for public comment because of a whole range of things, any one of which can be causing people to drop out or not be able to make public comment or make informed public comment. And combined can be very, very disconcerting. One thing that they did on the agenda packet was to highlight in yellow 13 words. That's in our third paragraph. What I wrote is, we do not believe this corrects the numerous mistakes we pointed out previously in the instructions, including incorrect statements such as, quote, callers will hear silence when waiting for their turn to speak, unquote, and omission of the fact that pressing *3 raises hand, but
They do not mention if you press it again, it can lower your hand. And they also omit the fact that the commission itself can choose to lower the hands of people who have called in, presumably at any time, and they have done so. The library provided a brief pause when there's no one left for public comment so that somebody who may have thought they were on the queue could make public comment. It's an improvement, but there's no consistency in how they instruct people and how long the pause will last. And most important, there's no statement or reminder reliably that to enter the queue, a phone caller has to press *3. And I certainly have been to meetings in other places using the same or similar software where there has been a different thing to press, *6, and sometimes I believe *1 was also wanted. So the commission is lowering hands and has no mention of that whatsoever in any of this, and has done it in various ways that have also varied from meeting to meeting. The typical thing for phone callers is caller number 16, this is on page 2 of our letter, your 3 minutes begin now. That's how the Commission's Controller of Public Access for Public Comment has announced the public's opportunity to speak when they're on the telephone, without having told the member that you are number 16 and somebody else is number 12 or whatever else they have, which is also confusing in general because there are usually a very few number of members of the public, like maybe 1, 2, 3, 4. Furthermore, it's not equal. They give names to people, presumably, and I'm not sure how it works, I'm only on the phone. They give names to people and call them by name every time they speak, but when I speak, it's always caller number 16. They don't seem to understand that a second, a third, a fourth time, it's actually me, Peter Warfield. It's not caller number 16. And the result of this, starting the whole discussion like a race, is that people, not just myself, will say, caller number 16, am I caller number 16? Sometimes they answer promptly, sometimes they don't, but in any case, that reduces the time that you have. Now, sometimes they have provided a little extra time and started the timer when I've started speaking, but very often they have not. And I can give you an example from a specific meeting where they cut 9 or 10 seconds off of our public comment. And that also leads to bells going off, buzzers going off, interruptions, thank you very much, and the whole thing kind of chaotic end to what we had hoped would be a sensible, reasonable, well thought out public comment ending in a kind of chaos. One thing I wanted to note is that the Library Commission did not provide the information that was requested in the order of determination, and that request says the committee suggested that the respondent provide information on the call-in process. I'm told from shortly before I sent this letter by the administrator that there had been nothing received from the library with respect to any documentation about their call-in procedure. Well, what does that mean? They don't have anything? It's capricious, it changes? Well, that seems to be, there are a lot of changes here and there that are also not always helpful or easy to follow. In addition, on the June 2nd hearing, the Library Commission said, representatives said, there had been a technical problem, and that was mentioned in the order. We inquired of the library, the head librarian, the city librarian, about such problems, and he replied there were none. And we provided the email that he sent, which is in the agenda packet just before our letter from which I'm reading. So we asked basically what happened, could you give us information about the technical problem? And the answer from the city librarian was, Dear Mr. Warfield, I am familiar with your SOTF complaint. However, I am not aware of any technical issue regarding your inability to provide public comment on the SFPL reopening plan agenda item during that 2020 meeting. So I'm hoping that you will ask a lot of questions, very specific questions, about what's going on and why, and whether people are getting equal opportunity, for example, when they're calling by phone versus on a computer, and whether there is a fair and reasonable opportunity to make public comment. I've also mentioned here that the way that the meetings are run, where names are not given about who's speaking or who's presenting, where multiple pages and multiple documents are being referenced with no mention, especially when it's library staff. Which document are they talking about? Even if I have the agenda packet, I don't know which document are you talking about, which page number. Many of the documents don't have page numbers, but I can't see what the people on the computer can see. So there's a whole problem with even following what is being said. So, you know, there are things that are clearly serious problem, like what you do where you say, let's give another opportunity for public comment, and you make allowances. They have made a pause, but as I said, it's not sufficient. They don't always say what to do to get into the queue. They never tell you how long the pause will be. If you make a mistake, you could very easily be out of the queue or in some other way unclear about where you are, and then the pause has not been sufficient. I'll leave it at that. I hope that you've read the material or some of the material, and I hope that you ask a lot of questions. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Warfield. I know that my fellow committee members have some questions. One thing I wanted to ask about, because I remember this being part of the original case, have the call-in numbers changed so that they're consistently toll-free numbers?
Yes, that happened long before the hearing. They got a local area code, I believe, the second or third meeting after our complaint had been filed, the day after the July meeting.
Okay, thank you. Actually, members, do we have any questions for Mr. Warfield, or should we get our response from the Library Commission? Okay, Ms. Schaub, we'd love to hear your response, and if you can give us any updates on your procedures for running remote meetings and accepting public comment. Please go ahead, and we're not going to set a timer.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Okay.
This is Margot Schaub with the San Francisco Public Library. Thanks for the opportunity. During my time, I had started as Commission Secretary in November, and all the meetings that we have had since my tenure started have been through the WebEx platform. And when we've noticed any type of issues, we've tried to make adjustments in order to ensure that everyone gets to make public comment. And so, as Mr. Warfield said, we take a pause, and the president of the commission asks, you know, would anyone like to make public comment? We register who wants to make public comment, and then she'll take a pause and say, I'm going to ask again, would anyone like to make public comment? And then we wait a brief couple of seconds, and then we move on. So in case somebody's had a hard time, doesn't understand how to unmute, or wasn't able to get there in time, they have some extra time to register the fact that they'd like to make a public comment. And with Mr. Warfield, he's given a comment on every agenda item he's attempted to comment on, and we are unaware of any other member of the public who attempted to provide public comment but was unable to do so. So, of course, we're open to any suggestions on how the commission can improve the process. But at this point, he's able to make public comment on every agenda item that we have during our commission meetings. And I'm happy to answer any other questions.
I have a question. Do you have a specific text that you read at the opening of each meeting, explaining to people the functions of whether it's *3 or *6 and what those functions do?
Absolutely. I read a script that informs folks how to make public comment and how to participate. The president of the commission then says before each she gives similar information when she's presenting on each agenda item, and she also instructs people to not raise their hand until public comment is closed. So we do in WebEx, you lower all the hands at the same time in order to make sure that you're moving on to the next agenda item. And so the commission president can see whose hand is raised, and then all hands go down. Does that make sense?
Wait, I'm going to have you talk through that again. So you're saying if people want to make public comment, they're raising their hands in WebEx?
Mm-hmm. So at the top of the meeting, I instruct people how they can make public comment. And so it's just a generic script that we read each and every time. It's press *3. Mm-hmm. Then the president of the commission during each agenda item will say something similar, like we're going to move on to discussion, but before we do, and then she instructs people that in order to make public comment, please wait till public comment is called and press *3. In the WebEx system, go ahead, do you have a question?
No, please go ahead.
The WebEx platform, which we host all of our commission meetings on, allows us to lower hands collectively. You cannot do it individually. So when hands are raised during, let's say, commission discussion, a commissioner raises their hand, the media services team, which runs the meeting, will then lower all the hands at once to move on to the next section. So we know that every commissioner has been called on, or every public comment's been called on. And so when you call in by phone, I can't get into any more detail than what I tell you right here, is that you get a number because you're not able to identify your name when you're a caller, when you call in, as opposed to when you join by computer. So you'll get a different number. My experience is that Mr. Warfield is not always caller 16. It varies as to when he calls in. So
okay, I have two questions about that. So first, you said so you can't raise hands individually, but you lower them all at the end. How do you know that you've gone through all of the raised hands? Who's keeping track of that?
The president of the commission and our media services team, and also our city librarian. So for public comment, it's our media services team. The president says, do we have any callers and do we have any public comments in the queue? And the media services team will answer, we have 3 in the queue. And so she'll say, okay, put the first one in, put the second one, put the third. Let's take a pause and see if anyone else would like to make a public comment. And then she'll take a pause and then she'll say, media services team, is there anyone else who would like to make a public comment? And they'll say yes or no.
I see. So, but if you're on the phone, you don't know if you're in the queue. Is that correct?
I believe you're in the queue because there is as Mr. Warfield said, someone will say, like, you're now able to make public comment or something to that effect. And then the media services team will say something like caller number 16 or caller number 13, your 3 minutes begin now.
I guess so. Let's for simplicity, there are 5 callers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And callers 3, 4, and 5 want to make comments. So they have done *3, and the technical team puts them in the queue.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Person number 5 doesn't know they're in the queue until they say, caller number 5, you're up.
Correct. Well, they know they're in the queue, and then we advise them when it's their turn to make public comment.
How do they know they're in the queue if they're on the phone?
I believe that there's an automated message that says that they've raised their hand for public comment.
Okay. And if you accidentally lowered your hand, would it tell you that your hand has been lowered?
So, for example, if I am in WebEx and we're at agenda item number 2, and I know I want to make public comment, and I press *3 before public comment is opened, my hand goes up. But during that time, the commission is having discussion, so their hands are up. So at the end of the commission discussion, to move on, they lower all their hands. So if your hand was raised before public comment was called, it will be lowered. So the commission president says before each public comment, please wait for public comment to be called to raise your hand.
Okay. So the instruction is given. And as far as you know, and I think we're a little more concerned about people who are doing this on the phone, because it seems as though they might not have the same visual cues, or even if somebody is using a computer and is visually impaired, they would have maybe something else that is telling them what's happening on the computer, versus someone on the phone who's getting audio cues, as far as you know, that would say your hand is up, your hand is down, but you don't know. So you might know that you're in the queue, but you don't know if you're the first speaker or the third speaker or the 12th speaker.
I believe that's correct.
Okay.
But I'm not the WebEx expert. I help run the meetings, but I can have them come back if you have additional questions.
Actually, I appreciate you answering my questions. I want to turn it over to my fellow committee members, because they might have questions as well. Okay. One thing I do have a question about, when Mr. Warfield said that he's assigned a number, but he doesn't know when his number is, what his number is. Is WebEx supposed to tell you that you've been assigned a number at the beginning of the call?
I don't believe WebEx tells you what number you're assigned. And so when Mr. Warfield will say, well, they'll say caller 16 or caller 13 or whatever number, it's your turn to give public comment. I believe what happens is that he hears in the phone that, you know, you're up for public comment, something along those lines. He can debate that, but he always asks, am I caller 16? And the president of the commission says, yes, please go ahead with your public comment.
Okay, actually, Mr. Warfield, let me ask you, can you describe what happens when you're in the queue? Are you ever told what number you are, or are you just invited to what happens from your end? If you can describe, I know you described it before, but if you could explain that specific experience.
Well, first of all, thank you actually for all of your questions. And I do have some comments about some other stuff if you'd like to hear. But with respect to caller number 16 or whatever it is, there is nothing that says your line or your person is going to be referred to in this meeting as number 16, caller number 16. There's nothing that says that. There's nothing that says you're going to have the same number. There's nothing. Right away, it's confusing because I have never, I don't know if I could say never, but in, let's say, many years of going to meetings, there are typically 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 people at the most, maybe in June and July because of the reopening plans, and a lot of dissatisfaction with them. So there were, who knows, 6 or 8 people. But 16, I can't remember when there were 16, or even close to it, even 2 digits worth. So when they say caller number 16, it's doubly confusing because who would be caller number 16? There aren't 16 callers. So when they call caller number 16, your time begins now. I want to be sure that it's me. And so I will typically say, yes, are you referring to me? And often the chair will answer. In the past and at various stages, there would be no answer when I said, is that me? Or even when I said, would you give me a 30-second warning? By the way, at the commission meetings, there's a timer that starts at 3 minutes and literally counts down in your face, basically, a big square timer. You know every second when you're at the podium where exactly in your 3 minutes you're located. But I don't when I'm speaking. And so I've occasionally asked, will you give me a 30-second alert? And nobody answers. And I'll ask it again. And then it's happened that the city librarian will say, go ahead, Mr. Warfield. And then I will say, will you give me a 30-second warning? All of that is going on while the clock is ticking. And they make it very clear that they don't want to mess with questions or clarifications or can you hear me all right, things like that. So for example, right now I'm using speakerphone. Can you hear me through the speakerphone just as well as when I speak through the handset and so on? Here's the problem with the system cues about your status. If I press *3 while there's discussion going on, there's a very soft voice from the system that says something, typically after a pause. You have raised your hand to ask a question, which, by the way, there's a lot of irony in that cue because they never answer questions directly. You have raised your hand to ask a question. And then it goes on with some kind of a palaver about blah, 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 and when they call on you and so on and so forth. Well, there is not silence, as the instructions continue to say, right on the front of the agenda. They say while you're waiting, there's going to be silence. Well, there isn't silence. The meeting is continuing, the talk is going on, and it's very hard to understand what did the system say. So you press possibly *3 again, and now it tells you your status is lowered and so on and so forth. So the problem is even figuring out what your status is, and depending on when you press *3, they have not been consistent about when they lower your hand themselves. So there was one meeting this year, late this year relatively, where I literally had like a game of being slapped down, and I would press *3, your hand has been, and then slap down, your hand has been lowered. And so it went back and forth. Other times, I may hear that my hand has been lowered, and then I know to press *3 again. But the instructions, of course, say pressing *3 raises your hand. But in fact, if you press it again, after raising your hand, it does the exact opposite. It lowers your hand. So when you come to the end of the group of people, you may not realize that your previously raised hand has been lowered by somebody else, or maybe you lost track, or maybe you misunderstood the system. And that was a big problem, I believe, at that time when I was not, when I didn't have an opportunity. The person from IT said, in response to the chair, there's nobody in the queue, and boom, she went right to the next person. Now she will say there's a pause, and that's an improvement. But she will often not say what to do to press *3 if you want to get into the queue and you're not in the queue. So there's a whole range of ways in which you're not aware during the time that you're listening to the meeting, what's my status? And if the status is wrong, how do I get into the right status? And will there be enough time for that? So, and the instructions vary. There's possibly a script at the beginning, but during the meeting, they have somewhat varying discussions about what you have to do to get in the queue. So I'm not sure if that clears it up, but it's difficult when you're on the phone to understand. There's nothing, your status, there's nothing that tells you right now your hand is up or your hand is down. And then that seems to be separate from muting and unmuting your your caller number 16, your line has been unmuted, and then it's like, is that me again? And all of that stuff is an impediment, and sometimes I think it's also a confusion, and like I said, it can lead to not making public comment, but I don't think that it's adequate to say that somebody who has a lot of experience and has a lot of persistence, that such a person has to not get a chance to make public comment in order for there to be a complaint. There's routinely other people who are on the phone also saying, is that me? And can you hear me? And all that stuff. Meanwhile, the clock is ticking. I have actually on occasion said, is that me? And I'm thinking they say yes, but they're saying it to somebody else. Mm-hmm. And again, when there's any kind of noise of any kind, the system message about where you stand is at times incomprehensible. And if you press *3 too early and left for a moment or are inattentive, you may think you're in the queue, and all of a sudden then turns out there's nobody in the queue, and somehow, somewhere, they lowered your hand.
Mr. Warfield, thank you. This is very helpful. I see Member Wong has a question. Member Wong, would you like to ask your question?
Member Wong, you might be muted. Chair LaHood, I'm not hearing anything. Are you?
No, I'm not. Member Wong?
You're muted.
No, we're not hearing you. I wonder, do you have headphones plugged in? AirPods? Oh no.
Our tech support, Linda Wong, is going to figure it out.
Okay. Okay. While Linda Wong is helping Member Wong, this sounds like a challenging situation. Ms. Schaub, is the commission planning to continue using WebEx? Is that the planned platform for remote meetings going forward?
Yeah, it's the platform, I believe, that was recommended by the city and the city attorney for us to use. I can confirm that. I just would have to go back. But if I can respond to, we consistently say for public comments multiple times throughout the meeting to not raise your hand until public comment is called, because it is WebEx. And so that's our way in order to help people know that when they can make public comment and how to make public comment. And so their hand is not lowered accidentally when they want to make public comment. So, and again, Mr. Warfield has made public comment on every item on the agenda since I've started. So and when he's brought up issues that I've attended to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, like he didn't get to make a comment that time, we've implemented a pause because we want to make sure that we are creating a robust environment for public comment.
Okay, I appreciate that. I think Member Wong, are you able to unmute yourself now?
How's this?
Yes, we can hear you. Great.
Cool. Yeah, so my question was for Member Schaub. I just wanted to get a sense of if there's information that you can provide step by step to the folks who are attending your meetings, just because it sounds like there's more to it than just pressing *3. It sounds like there needs to be some level of awaiting folks to join the queue so that they can actually hear the message that is being read out by the automated system. And then, I assume there's documentation through WebEx itself that can maybe be linked to or provided as well. I'm kind of wondering also, so I'll let you respond to that. And then I'm curious, in response, if that could potentially be helpful to Mr. Warfield.
Sure. So in our agenda that we send out and Mr. Warfield gets for each commission meeting, we have directions on how to join the meeting through WebEx and by phone, through the WebEx platform, by computer or by phone. And then I've had my media team, based on Mr. Warfield's comments, go through the directions that we give and ensure that they are accurate. And they have come back to me and said, we've tried it each and every way by phone on WebEx, that they are accurate. You can get in. So we believe that the directions we're giving to join our meeting are accurate and informative. And then one other thing that we are going, our president has said during our commission meetings is to press *3 now if you'd like to make public comment. So what we're adding to my script and also her script is, please raise your hand when public comment is called, and making that very clear throughout the meeting. And that if you do press *3 before public comment is called, your hand may be lowered.
Okay, so you tell them what happens if they do it at a time other. So you're not just saying wait until this point and press *3. You explain what happens if you press *3 too early.
Moving forward, that's what we're planning to do. So I've added that to our script, and that's something that I've talked to our commissioners about, that we're going to, it's a new, whenever I change anything to how we run the meeting, I let them know, and that's something I'll brief them on.
Yeah. Mr. Warfield, does that sound like that's some, now, it seems like some of the challenges here are because of the system. And I think the best that we can hope to do here is to try to facilitate communication about how the system works so that members of the public are able to use it effectively. I don't think we're going to be able to come in here and say, you need to get a new system. I don't think that's going to happen. Mr. Warfield, does this added instruction sound like it's something that would be helpful going forward, and that would help people understand what would happen if they either intentionally or inadvertently press *3 too early?
The key word here is, she said, moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
Been talking about this for over a year, since we filed the complaint, for over a year, and they haven't changed it. The instruction that they have, when prompted, click raise hand, blah, blah, blah. The auto prompt will indicate that you have raised your hand to ask a question. Doesn't say what auto prompt is or how you're going to know. And then it says, and then you should wait till the host calls on you. What does the host call on you? Is that an automated thing? Is that something that somebody in the meeting does? You've now entered the queue for public comment. I'm reading from an agenda, the top of an agenda. Callers will hear silence when waiting for their turn to speak. Now, not only, as I said, is that not true and unchanged to, I believe, right up to September, the last meeting was September the 9th, that has stayed consistent, and it's just wrong. And you can hear from Ms. Schaub's discussion about, well, I think it works like this. It seems they have no idea what it's like for a phone caller on the phone. And then it says, when prompted, callers will have the standard 3 minutes. Well, it doesn't say anything about your hand being lowered, or if you come too early with *3, your hand will be lowered. If you press *3 and are inattentive for a moment, and your hand is lowered, you come back. Well, you may find out that you are not in the queue because they lowered it while you were momentarily gone from the phone or inattentive, or there was a noise or something like that. And then they say, they'll take a pause. They don't say how long. It's not consistent as far as I can tell. And it's possibly enough for a single star something and then to hear the cue. But if it's the wrong one, if you're actually in the queue, you can press *3 and now you're out of the queue. They don't take the care, and I don't believe they've taken seriously the critiques and the problems people have had. In their first response, it was very disturbing for me to see that the city librarian was doing the answering back in July of 2020, and he said nobody else had a problem talking on this item. Well, that was a very narrow claim, and of course they even had in the minutes of the July meeting that I believe 2 people in the minutes were making a comment that they'd had difficulty getting in the queue. Lucky for them, certainly at least one of them, he somehow was able to either call back in or press the right whatever. So having lost his place, he didn't lose his opportunity. He just got pushed back in the queue. They actually had a long, one of the members of the commission had a long discussion at adjournment about a letter that I had sent them asking them to please, if you don't see me in the queue for public comment, please at least give a moment, think a moment before moving on to the next item, because maybe there's something wrong. I generally want to speak on public comment. He made a long speech putting me down for what else is this guy going to expect? Have us come with a car to pick him up from his house to come to meetings? Their willingness is very small. And when you hear that moving forward, they're going to make changes, well, let's see. But they obviously haven't made the changes yet. I think there are a lot of things, as you say, they may not change the system, but there are many things that can be done to mitigate this whole problem. For one thing, as an example, I think if somebody has a problem generally or whatever, there should be a way to call somebody. At the Board of Supervisors, during business hours at least, I have sometimes had trouble getting in to the meeting, and I call the office, and then they patch me in or whatever you call it, and they just put me into the meeting if I've had some kind of a difficulty. That would be one way to function. They ought to be more willing to answer a question. What's my status? Am I going to be caller 16 every time? Can you hear me on the phone that I'm using currently? All of those questions, you shouldn't have to be tense about click, tick, 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 tick. Your time is going away. In a normal meeting, if you drop your papers and have to pick them up, they don't keep the timer going. If the microphone is not at the right height, they'll go for an adjustment. But the Library Commission has been tough as nails about making any changes or about making helpful remarks. As I say, they have made some small changes, but there's a whole way in which, just in your meeting yourself, you have to encourage somebody. One of your members hasn't unmuted, or there's some kind of a problem. There's none of that at Library Commission meetings, and especially the way they start. Your 3 minutes begins now, and it's like you're off at the racetrack. So the very idea that there are still changes, I think is appalling. And I also think it's appalling that Ms. Schaub, who is running the instructions and so on, apparently, doesn't know what is actually happening. What actually is the message? How does it sound? How much of a pause is there when the message comes on? How much of a delay is there? Is it really enough for the chair to pause for however long she pauses? Is that a caprice every time? You follow what I'm saying? There's a whole range of things that they could do, and particularly they could write down the procedures.
Yes, Mr. Warfield, thank you. This is, so, Ms. Schaub, I have some questions. I'm trying to figure out what we can do to help in this situation and make things clearer. I'm looking at the text that you have at the top of your agenda now. Have you thought about striking the part where it says callers hear silence when waiting for their turn to speak? Since I wonder if those are instructions that come from WebEx that maybe are not relevant to this use scenario, since people are hearing the meeting continue.
I can check with our media services. We're open to anything, and we have been, and we have made changes in order to encourage and make sure that we are hearing from the public. So I just want to be clear that, that's our intention and that's what we're doing. But of course, I absolutely will talk with media services. Like, again, I asked them to read through all these directions before I came before you, and they said they were accurate. I'm sure they're from WebEx. I think the part that's missing is that WebEx doesn't say you're going to hear a prompt. And so we can add that in, that language in, and I will work with them on that. And when it's done, I will send it to Cheryl so you all can see that, if that makes sense. I don't want to overreach or do something you don't want me to do, but I think that makes sense.
Actually, I think, it does. And we don't want to create work, but it does sound like this might be a scenario where, just taking the instructions from WebEx might not get to the root of what the user experience is. And it sounds like you might need to have some people in your department, and it's kind of, it's a little baffling to me that this has to happen on the department level. I'm wondering why Department of Technology, it would be delightful if the Department of Technology, which has done some great stuff in terms of facilitating many systems, if they were able to figure this out and send out clear instructions to everyone using WebEx. But if that's not going to happen, it might be beneficial if a couple of people from your team could run through this test on their own and see whether these instructions, which parts of these instructions don't line up with the user experience. And I saw member neighbors, I think you have your hand raised. Do you have a question?
I do. I wanted to confirm for Mr. Warfield and the Library Users Association their experience of WebEx being a more confusing platform than some of the other ones that we use, and I've noticed that myself as a user, and especially as a call-in user. One of the things that Mr. Warfield suggested that seems really important and also in line with the ordinance is, I'm sure we all agree that everyone has this right to make public comment. If someone is barred for whatever reason, whether it's a user error or whether it's a technology error or whether it's a facilitation error, the helpline is one way that all of that could be really easily solved. So, and I agree that should probably be, the technology department should be running that for all of us. But in the short term, I was just wondering if Ms. Schaub felt like that would be something that they could add on to their, their existing work that they're doing to ensure that public commenters are feeling like they're having their right to public comment being met.
Do you mean have a help contact line on our agenda that people can call during the meeting if they need some support? Yes.
When if you are using WebEx as a product, they have their own helpline that you can call. But I don't think that we have access to that. But it sounds like Mr. Warfield has had the experience in other meetings where there are helplines that for other commission meetings where if you have trouble getting in, you can call and they'll be patched. He said patched through. Maybe there is something that you could provide, and that's, all of us as commissions ought to be thinking about what we can do to ensure that anyone who wants to make a comment is able to do so. So I'm wondering if that's just something that could be an option to explore on our end.
I'm absolutely happy to explore that. I don't know what the answer would be, but I will talk with my media services team, which they run the meetings, and so they are more familiar with the platform than I am from my role. But I will ask them and see if that's something that we can do in real time. And again, we're all striving towards the same thing where people, we have an environment where people can make public comment, and that has been the case since the second meeting of the San Francisco Public Library Commission on this WebEx platform. That's been required because we've been in a pandemic. So, so just there's that, but of course I'll look into that.
Okay, it sounds like we appreciate you being willing to work with us and being responsive to Mr. Warfield's requests, because I think sometimes it's easy to think, oh, this is this is just one person, but often one person says something and many people are having trouble and don't say anything. So I think there's a lot of benefit in trying to work out some of these sticky points.
Absolutely.
Does it sound, perhaps I would propose that since you do seem prepared to work with your media services team, I think we would appreciate if you could go to them and have them meticulously go through the instructions and having people test the system to make sure that the instructions reflect the actual user experience. And we would love to see what modified text you come up with to add to the top of your agenda, and assuming that that's the same text that would be read out during meetings. We'd also like to hear whether you would be able to implement some sort of helpline. And actually, Mr. Warfield, I'd like to ask you, you said you attend other meetings that have a helpline. Do you remember which commissions offered that helpline? And perhaps that might be a resource for for Ms. Schaub. We don't have one on I don't think we have one on for our meetings, but perhaps, for those using WebEx, it's needed more. Mr. Warfield, can you remember which other meetings you've attended that have had a helpline?
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
I went off the speakerphone. Yes, the Board of Supervisors. That's where I've been patched through. And let me just say something else. There have been times when I have called, well, not the Library Commission, although they did actually once have either a wrong number or a wrong meeting ID, and that can certainly cause trouble. But, that hasn't been my complaint here. But with the Board of Supervisors, I've actually called up and tried to get into a meeting, and WebEx says, you have entered the meeting, and there's silence. And then after 5 minutes from the start of the meeting, I'm thinking, what's going on here? By the way, silence for somebody who's on the phone is very disconcerting, especially even when you take a break. I'm glad to hear, I believe Chair LaHood said earlier that she wanted to make some kind of a statement of the presence of the meeting while I believe the administrator was looking for something, because very notably, when people are on the phone and there's dead silence, how many minutes do you wait for dead silence and know that you're actually in a meeting or not? But it turned out that I had dialed in, believe it or not, a meeting that had ended a week earlier. But WebEx told me you've entered the meeting. So that's an example, for example, of where certainly a helpline is helpful. And they have, as I said, they have somebody in the office, and they've made it a point during COVID to have somebody in the office on the days that they have, particularly a full board meeting. And I also, there are not quite a number of other things that I think would add meaningfully to an opportunity for meaningful public comment. So, for example, I have repeatedly said, how about page numbers on your presentations? How about referring to page numbers when you make a presentation and you say, now the next page, and there's 20 pages, and you start talking about some graph with a bunch of numbers, do they have page titles? No. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Do they refer to the page title? Nope. Not usually. And so you're sitting there, and even if you have in your lap the very items that they're talking about, one item can have 3 or 4 specific documents. Each one of them, I think in one instance, there were 50 pages of multiple documents. I was getting lost because they simply wouldn't do the most basic thing. Now, if you're watching on the screen, maybe you can find what they're talking about or just look at it. But I can't on the phone. And those are other things that they need to do to make, how can I make meaningful public comment if I don't know what they're talking about? I can't see what they're looking at. Everybody else is looking at it. People on the computer are looking at it. But they don't put page numbers. They don't put page headings, and they don't refer to them when they do have them. They had somebody recently from another department. He had page numbers, thank goodness, but he did not always refer to them. And they don't say anything at the commission, please refer to the page numbers and so on. Or please say who is speaking. They've got 7 commissioners. They've got presenters from the staff, from other departments, and so on and so forth. And they don't say member so-and-so or, this is Andy Sohn. Yes, Mr. Sohn, what are you? Whatever. You just have a lot of trouble following when you're on the phone, and everybody else is much more in the room, if you could put it that way. Okay. And I have to say again that, these promises, no doubt improvements could be made, but we're talking 14 months. We're talking about a June 2nd order of determination. Where have they been all this time? All of a sudden, they're going to start, maybe we can correct that you hear silence. That, I think, is an index of their disinterest. And that's why I think this is a serious matter of noncompliance with the order of determination. Certainly, they should have to come back with something concrete at the very least.
Thank you, Mr. Warfield.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Ms. Schaub, here's what I'm thinking. So I think it would be helpful if you could come back to us with revised text once your media services team has had a chance to do a real user experience test of the system. I think it would be helpful if you could investigate the option of adding a helpline. Mr. Warfield mentions the Board of Supervisors, so perhaps a call to the clerk there might be helpful. Perhaps the IT department or Department of Technology may have other suggestions or examples of how other departments or commissions have handled some of the tricky aspects of WebEx. We would love to get a report back from you on these specific issues. And also if you are able to sort of review your process and take into consideration some of Mr. Warfield's other suggestions. For example, if the chair can make a point of identifying the people who are speaking and treating the situation as if most people are not watching the meeting but only listening to it, I think can often help in terms of thinking what needs to be said. It also is quite useful in terms of people who might be listening to audio recordings later. And then I had one more thing and I lost my train of thought. But perhaps these would be, the other thing is I do understand, and we sometimes have callers who don't want to identify themselves. So I understand, and if you're taking speakers who have called in, it's a matter of whether that speaker wants to identify themselves or not. But I guess at least in terms of commissioners or staff or people who it is easy to identify, just to make sure that someone, whether they self-identify or the chair or someone else identifies who's speaking, that might be helpful. Members, do you have anything else to add that you think would be useful in sort of helping with compliance with this order of determination? Okay, I'd like to make a motion because I already said a lot of words and I might as well restate them. I'd like to make a motion that we ask Ms. Schaub and the Library Commission to, because she is a representative, but she is representing the entity and this is not all on her shoulders, as has been pointed out to us earlier, with their media services team, perform some user interface testing with the WebEx system and make sure that the instructions for WebEx on their agenda reflect the user experience. Explore adding a helpline and consider other ways of improving meetings that may include identifying commission members and other staff as they speak. And we would like a report back to this committee, recognizing that it may take some time to do the user interface testing. Do you think this is something that could be done in 3 weeks?
I mean, we can do our best.
Okay. Members, what do you think is a reasonable amount of time, understanding that this is throwing a new task?
This is Member Wong. I think it maybe depends on when the next meeting is too, when the next Library Commission meeting is.
That's a good question. When is your next meeting? Ms. Schaub, I don't think we can hear you now.
Sorry, I was muted. It's October 21st.
October 21st. Okay. Is this are these changes that you think could be implemented in advance of your next meeting?
I don't know about a helpline. That would be, I just don't, I wish I could give a positive answer. I don't know about a helpline. I think, yes, I mean, the media services team has already gone through and has gone through these directions. I will ask them to go through again. They've assured me they're accurate. So I will ask them to, hear it from someone who has never dialed that number before, and and we'll put that exactly in our agenda, so that I can do by our next meeting, our next commission meeting.
Okay, and I think it might also be helpful to share with them Mr. Warfield's specific experience, and just as some guidance for, what one user has experienced in this, and perhaps they could even make attempts to recreate what he experienced to see what they can do, either to explain to people how to navigate the system a little bit better. Sometimes if we're familiar with the system, we forget what it's like not to know how to use it.
Correct. Right. Good point.
Yeah. So yes, we understand that you might not have a helpline implemented, but I would. How about this? Let's give you. I'm going to say 4 weeks to. And if you're able to report back on any of these sooner, I know we would love to hear from you earlier, but we'd like a report back from your media services team with updated user instructions for members of the public who are calling in on WebEx. We'd like to hear what you are able to determine about your options for adding a helpline and whether that's something feasible. And then perhaps a list of other steps that the commission might take to improve the experience of members of the public who are calling into meetings.
Okay, got it.
So that is my motion. Do I have a second?
This is Member Wong. I'll second.
Okay, and I'm going to add a tiny addendum to that. Report back to our administrator for the information to be shared with Mr. Warfield and this committee. Okay. Ms. Leger, are we ready to take public comment on this motion?
Can I just ask if there's going to be in writing? Is this a report in writing?
Yes. That was implied, but let's make it explicit. So, Member Wong, if we modify this to say and report back in writing.
Yeah, that sounds great. Accepted.
Okay. Let's open it up for public comment. Who would like to make public comment on this motion? We will create a queue.
Chair LaHood?
Yes.
Second, Mr. Sullivan. You made a motion. Then Ms. Schaub said that, yes, they will get the media services team to go through the instructions and to hear it by someone who may never have dialed before. And then you went on and you said that was my motion. So I'm.
Let me state this again. I will restate this for.
Did you write it down, or is this something I should repeat to you what I have?
You can repeat to me what you have.
All right. Moved by Chair LaHood, second by Member Wong, that we ask Ms. Schaub and the Library Commission to that their media services team perform a user interface testing with the WebEx system and make sure that the instructions are on the agenda, explore adding a helpline, and consider other ways of improving meetings that include identifying commission members and other staff as they speak, and recognize that it may take time to do the interface user testing and to report back in writing within 3 weeks.
Take out the part about recognizing that. No, that was sort of my aside. So take out the part about recognizing that it may take time to do user testing. Just say and report back in writing in 4 weeks.
All right, hang on a second. Let's see. Okay. Okay, because that's the motion you started with before you went into conversation with Ms. Schaub. Okay, just
I think that I think that contains everything.
Contains everything?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
I mean, the only thing it doesn't contain, and report back in writing within 4 weeks.
4 weeks. Okay.
Right, and we should say to report back in writing to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Administrator. You could say, and Mr. Warfield in 4 weeks, and then the assumption is that you would forward it to the committee.
Okay.
And Member Wong, do you intend to second, is your intention to second this language?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so now we want to open it up for public comment on the motion.
Yes, please. Would anyone like to make public comment on this motion? Members of the public who are not involved in this matter.
Anonymous number 3.
Anonymous number 3, you're first in line. Is there anyone else who would like to make public comment on this motion?
All of them.
Mr. Sullivan, you're second in line. Is there anyone else who'd like to make public comment on this motion? Okay, it sounds like we have 2 people. After Mr. Sullivan, I'll do one final call. Anonymous number 3, wait for Ms. Leger, and she will let you know when she's ready with the timer.
Anonymous number 3, are you ready?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. I would suggest 2 more things in this motion. The law requires that all persons attending be given the same amount of time to make public comment. And I think that in order to implement that and make sure that the people on the phone have the same amount of time as the people on the computer who are directly cued visually when they're allowed to speak, you should direct or ask the Library Commission not to start the timer until the person is actually at the part of their comment and not just the administrivia about who is speaking and what order they're in and stuff like that. Did I raise my hand? Did I not? And I think that was something Mr. Warfield mentioned you should have. And the second thing is there is a very clear way you could fix the raise hand, lower hand thing to instructions, which is every time after you think there's no one left in the queue, the chair states, we believe there's no one left. And if you still want to speak, maybe your hand was lowered by us. You need to press *3 right now and then just wait 30 seconds. This is very similar to exactly what the clerk of the board does. And there's no reason everybody shouldn't do it. So I'd suggest adding those 2 things. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Mr. Sullivan, Ms. Leger will let you know when she's ready with the timer.
Sir, are you ready?
Yes.
Go ahead.
My suggestion is that they run it just like you guys do at the task force. They start off, they say, we're going to start a queue, and then you guys verbally say who's in the queue. And this way, everyone knows what their hands are up or not. At the end, you say, okay, we got these people all in the queue. We will ask for more public comment and see who else needs to be in. Those people that didn't get their name or number or whatever identification that is, they will know that they are not in and they need to press whatever numbers. But I think the way you guys run the public comments can also be run the same way on any platform. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Is there anyone else wishing to make public comment on this motion? I'm not hearing anyone. Remember to press *6 if you need to unmute yourself. Okay, I think that's it for public comment. Members, what do you think? I appreciated our commenters. I think some of the anonymous number 3's suggestions are useful, but I also I don't know that it is our role to specify every detail. And in some cases, in some ways, I think it will be more effective if the Library Commission figures out their own methods. I think they know what the issues are. They need to come up with solutions that will work for their team. And I'd like to give them a little bit of leeway, and Ms. Schaub some leeway in figuring out how they're going to address these issues. Although perhaps, considering some of anonymous number 3's suggestions, but I don't feel compelled to modify our motion at this point. Okay. I think we're ready for the vote.
Chair LaHood?
Aye.
Chair LaHood, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Moved by Chair LaHood, second by Member Wong, that the committee ask Ms. Schaub and the Library Commission that their media services team perform a user interface testing with the WebEx system and make sure that the instructions on the agenda explore adding a helpline and consider other ways of improving meetings that including identifying commission members and other staff as they speak, and report back in writing to the SOTF administrator, Mr. Warfield, and forward that information to the Compliance and Amendments Committee within 4 weeks.
I just want to add one thing, and it may have cut out because of audio stability issues. But can you read the part about do the user interface testing, and then what was right after that?
With the WebEx system, and make sure that the instructions are on the agenda.
Reflect what is on the agenda. Excuse me. Yeah, no, make sure that the instructions reflect the user experience. Make sure that the instructions on the agenda reflect the user experience.
Okay. It's
Great.
in there.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Warfield and Ms. Schaub. We appreciate your participation here, and I hope this will help improve the experience of members of the public who are participating in meetings. Let's call the next agenda item.
Did we want to take a break, you said?
We do want to take a break. I want to take a break. I think you all want to take a break. It is 8:20. Let's come back at 8:35. And I would suggest that everyone mute their phones and their video, because I believe the recording will continue and you don't want to be recorded when the meeting is not happening. See you in 15 minutes. Hello.
Present.
Present.
Thank you for the break, Charlotte. That was quite lovely. I enjoyed eating.
I drank a protein shake. So here's Member Wong.
I'm back.
Great.
So let me get my computer going.
Okay. I'll just start talking a little so that people know we're getting started.
How was your protein shake? Was it good?
Well, I'm not hungry anymore, so things are good.
Chair LaHood, I'm having a little connection problem.
Okay.
And I think that's because I stepped away and I wasn't continually working.
Mm-hmm.
Even though I do have Orbeez for some reason.
We can hear you quite clearly. Or are you having an issue pulling up documents?
It's not about pulling up documents. No, I'm still adjusting to this new computer and what it does.
Okay.
And that on occasion the connection does go down, but I think the reason it went down was because I was doing so much typing and then I stopped for 15 minutes and I didn't do anything. And I think it just decided that's what it was going to do.
Well, it looks like the recording has continued.
Right, I didn't stop it. I didn't because it's too hard to pick up and stop. It's much more efficient to just let it go. So we're all here. Are we ready for the next item?
We are ready for the next item. Please call the next item.
Item number 9, file number 20093, complaint filed by Carl Kramer against the Department of Public Works for violating Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to respond to a records request in a timely and/or complete manner. On June 2nd, 2021, the task force recommended that the matter be continued pending an exchange of records between the parties and referred the matter to the Compliance and Amendments Committee for monitoring. So this is a status update is what I think.
Right. So is Mr. Kramer here?
I'm here.
Okay, great. And do we have a representative from Public Works? Is Mr. Steinberg still here?
I am still here. I'm here all night. Don't forget to sit your wages.
Thank you for sticking with us.
Yeah, thank you to the parties for not losing confidence. We are here.
Okay, so what we're going to do, what we've been doing since these are, again, not new cases, but reporting on existing cases. Mr. Kramer, I'd like to give you a couple of minutes to give us a status update about documents you've received. And after that, we'll hear from Mr. Steinberg. So, Mr. Kramer, can you give us a status update?
Okay, so on June 7th, I received information from the department, and you can see that on page 1740. And then I had further questions, and you can see on page 1739, I had questions, and then on page 1772, you could see the answers I received, and there was a lack of clarity in the answers about whether the departments would increase funds for non-general funded programs. And on the spreadsheet that they'd sent for fiscal year 2021, it had 12 contracts, but the spreadsheet for fiscal year 21-22 only listed 3. And the response to the question. I had no explanation for the decrease, and made it. The answer made it sound like the three were the only ones that were funded by the general fund. So on page 1771, you see I sent questions to clarify if there were others that were non-recipients from the general fund, and would the department provide funding to those nonprofit organizations from other sources. We'd had a meeting with Ashley Grauffenberger of the Mayor's Budget Office, who had said that that was their expectation, what the departments would do for those nonprofit organizations that weren't receiving funds from the general funds. And then you see on page 1742 that the response from David was that the questions were not the direction that was set by the task force, and then on page 1771, sort of the final email I received from him left it that I should be communicating directly with Devin McCullough, and that email was CC'd to Devin McCullough. But I had, after that, I never received any response from Devin McCullough. So it's, certainly not blaming David. I think he's in a very difficult role as an intermediary. But I just find that, the responses from Devin McCullough just don't directly answer questions, and the answers are oblique, and that I just find that the department is not transparent, and in fact is very opaque. And when I had brought up with this committee about making a deal that that if we received information for this fiscal year, that we would withdraw the complaint, which is based on a lack of timeliness in responding about information in the last fiscal year. And this is just a reminder that the complaint was filed in July 25th, 2020, and I feel that the agreement that we had was based on that, if the department would show that it was transparent, and that hasn't happened. And I don't think the department should be rewarded by, withdrawing this complaint.
Mr. Kramer, thank you for your comments. I am going to have some follow-up questions for you, but I'm going to give Mr. Steinberg a chance to respond first, and then we'll circle back. So, Mr. Steinberg, I'm going to do the same thing, give you a couple of minutes to respond and talk about the additional documents that you have provided.
Sure. So first of all, as I mentioned when I comment on the approval of the minutes, my understanding was that the committee had we'd already gone through this, and Mr. Kramer wasn't satisfied with what we provided, and you had referred it back to the full task force. So, I'm happy to repeat what we did before, but I'm assuming the answers are going to be the same. So, the original request, as he mentioned, was for a previous fiscal year, and I need to point out that we did in fact provide all of the documents that were responsive to the request that this case actually refers to. We did it before appearing before the task force or anything else. The complaint committee actually agreed with me that we provide all the documents and only recommended a violation for timeliness, which I disagree with. And I can go into that if you want, because Mr. Kramer's request, no one knew it was a request. No one in my department. He sent a letter to a number of people saw it. No one saw it as a records request, and the task force has seen numerous complaints from Mr. Kramer against lots of departments, and every department has said the same thing. No one recognized it as a records request. And there's, we all know you don't have to use magic words to say this is a sunshine request, but there has to be some basic level of communicating the fact that you're looking for records. All of that aside, yes, we did ask Mr. Kramer to drop the request because we gave him all the documents he wanted. And he said, okay, fine, we'll drop it if you give us the documents we're looking, the same documents, but for the most recent fiscal year, which we did. And we had lots of back and forth. And each time I gave him documents and he asked for more information, and he wasn't asking for, in the most simple terms, my job is to give people documents, not to answer questions. And that may sound like a distinction within a difference, but as Chair LaHood, could probably attest, I was an editor for 3 decades, and if I have very specific instructions, I follow those instructions. And if he had a question, I told him the person he could talk to. That's Devin McCauley, who's our budget chief. And Devin was the one who actually gave me most of the documents that I provided to him. So we went through a number of times and we gave him lots of documents, and he wasn't satisfied. But again, to be clear, all the records that we had that were responsive to Mr. Kramer's initial request, which is the subject of this complaint, were given to him before we even appeared to the complaint committee or the full task force. We provided him the records, period. In terms of the timeliness issue, again, he wrote a 13-paragraph and a letter, which was essentially a policy statement. And in previous committee meetings, he has said we have done an educational campaign with departments so they are aware of the requirements of the ordinance, et cetera, et cetera. And that's how it was viewed by our former Deputy Director of Finance and Administration, which you saw. It's like, your department should be doing this, and so she passed it to her budget team. And the first time I was made aware that there was any sort of records request is when Cheryl sent me a note saying, I just got this complaint saying you didn't respond to a request. And I said, I never heard anything about it. And I found out the same day I got it, I responded to it. It would have been very easy for him just to have reached out, even to the person that he sent the original letter to, saying, why haven't you given me the documents? Instead, he's filed a complaint. Fine, that's his prerogative. But the day that I found out about that, I acknowledged it, and we got him all of his documents. So I'm really not sure what to say. He may not think the department's being transparent, but he asked for documents. We gave him documents. The issue that this complaint is about, I gave him all the documents. If you want to ding me for timeliness because no one recognized that it was a records request that came in, I disagree, but so be it. But he's complaining that I didn't give him additional documents about other things that weren't part of his request that he asked for later. And I honestly don't know how to respond to that. So I don't know if that clears it up at all, but that's you feel free to ask me questions and I can tell you what
Sorry,
what we
I
did.
started talking and I was wondering why you were talking over me, and I realized I was on mute. So I apologize for that. I'm going to jump in with some questions now. I do think it's important. We were, I think, trying to strike a deal, but it sounds like Mr. Kramer is not satisfied with that. So I actually want to pull back from the deal and go back to the original request, because I think we're going to end up back there anyway. I'm happy to hear that the records that were requested have been provided, although I recall from reading through the file and from a previous hearing that it did seem as though there might be a case for violation on timeliness. It does sound as though it was an unfortunate situation, but given that there may be evidence for that, it would be appropriate to move things to the full task force. I do want to make sure that we're being clear about records requests versus answering questions. Of course, members of the public are welcome to and should feel encouraged and emboldened to ask questions, any questions that they want. However, the task force is, we are able to help with certain categories of requests, but and not so much with others. When it comes to records, we can help with records. We can help with meeting access, anything that involves the Sunshine Ordinance or California Public Records Act, the Brown Act. But there are areas that I think some of the questions veer into that I don't know that we will be as helpful to Mr. Kramer in terms of seeking answers to his questions. However, it does sound as though the department is trying to be responsive and that Mr. Kramer has been pointed to a specific person who may be able to answer some of those questions. I have said many words. Members, do you have questions for Mr. Kramer or Mr. Steinberg? Or thoughts to share?
I have I think I'm resharing a thought, Mr. Oh, this is Member Neighbors. And
thank you. I just because of our last thing, I was like, please identify. Okay.
Right. I know that I said this before to Mr. Steinberg, but I think it bears repeating. I think we've gone over this before, that the letter was long and that the records request wasn't apparent to you or other staff members around you, and yet, for us, I would think for you as a custodian of records, for us as the ordinance, Sunshine Ordinance, I look at this letter, his original request, and it's like flashing neon where the request is, right? It's on page P 1706 of the packet. And I guess I just wonder, is there, what is your, is there an we talked about this before. There should not be an expectation. There cannot be an expectation for you that the subject line reads as a record request, or that, the words records request are in there. But have your staff done any maybe discussion around this about how you could maybe be a little more careful around reading the email that comes in to assure that you are identifying records requests as they appear, or is this something we can expect to see again?
Sure. So first of all, and again, like I said, I know you don't have to use magic words. You don't have to send an email to a specific email address. You don't have to use next request, but all of those things are available. He didn't submit it through next request, which is fine. He didn't send it to me. He didn't send it to the director. He sent it to the Deputy Director for Administration and Finance. So I never saw it. No one on my team ever saw it. Julia Dawson saw it, and she said, and I can share with you the emails. She's like, we get letters like this all the time. They're essentially lobbying in there, as Mr. Kramer said. They were doing an ongoing educational campaign with lots of departments. Whenever something happens where someone says, unlike Mr. Kramer, or unlike this case, sometimes I'll get a note saying, or the general email address will say, I submitted a records request 3 weeks ago and I haven't heard anything. So the people who screen the department email are trained, and occasionally they are missed, but they are trained to flag them and send them to me immediately. The director often will get them. His secretary, well, at the time his she sends them to me, and often they're duplicates of ones that I've gotten in the mail and by fax and over next request. But they're all trained to, they know that anything that vaguely sounds like it's a records request comes to me. When I heard from Cheryl that received this request, I went to the people who monitor our general email account. Nothing was received. I went to our director and I went to his executive secretary. They received nothing. I sent him a copy of it. I said, "Did you get this?" And he said, "This was our director said, this doesn't seem like a records request. I wouldn't have seen it as a records request." Regardless, I mean, yes, we do outreach. I have an FAQ that I send every year to all 1,600 members of our staff members in our department that says, here's what a records request is. Here's what you're supposed to do. Anyone can receive a records request. If you're at the counter or at the Bureau of Street Use and Mapping and someone says, "I want a copy of X," that is a records request, and here's what you do. And I give them a template. It's like, thank you they get an email. "Thank you very much. I'm copying our custodian of records. The easiest way of submitting a records request is by going to sfpublicworks.org/records. And they're supposed to copy me. And then I immediately write back to them and say, "Please let me know if you have any problems or you want me to enter this into next request for you." Because I know they don't have to use next request, but that's how we release the records. So, most people will submit it that way. And sometimes people will say, "Yeah, could you do it for me?" And so I enter it myself under next request. I acknowledge it there. I find the records, I upload them, I release them through there, and I close up the file through there. So, I mean, we do try to have safeguards for just that thing. When I'm on vacation. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Sounds like it's really clear that you know that there's no magic words that have to be said and that there's no special subject line. So now that you're realizing that this is a request for written confirmation that the department took the costs into consideration, I believe last time we had the discussion of this, please jog my memory if I'm wrong, but there was some disagreement of whether or not there would be responsive records to even match that request because the actual math would not have been captured. Was that where we landed on this last time?
Okay.
I wonder if
Sorry, I just got muted again, and I just got unmuted. I think I didn't hear all your questions, but I'm pretty sure I understood what it was.
Hold on, I just hear two people talking. Let's let Mr. Steinberg answer, but then I do hear Mr. Kramer wanting to also comment. So, Mr. Kramer, we'll hear from you next.
Okay, so if I understood your question, the fragments that I heard, because I think I understood where it was going. The ordinance requires that and I'm kind of oversimplifying, but I think this gets the point across. The ordinance requires that the department essentially acknowledge that these figures are taken into consideration when submitting the budget, and the budget, as it was explained to me, the budget submission package basically has a box where it gets checked off and says, we will consider this as part of our budget. And as you've heard from probably half a dozen or a dozen other departments, all of the departments check that box. That is an acknowledgement. That was the record that we gave him. Mr. Kramer has asked, with every complaint, he has said, it is inferred by the ordinance that the department has to make calculations, and therefore it infers that they have documentation to show that. That is not the way it works. And every single department has told you the exact same thing. So even though he's come back and said that while the ordinance doesn't say that there has to be a production of X, Y, and Z, it's inferred that by saying we will take it into consideration, you must have done some calculations. And I can go and I can find the response from Devin where he said, okay, so Mr. Kramer is correct that the MCA requires written confirmation that the department has considered in its calculations certain costs when preparing its budget. And as I said, we did release to him a checklist confirming this fact. However, he has repeatedly said that inferred in this provision is that the department has calculations on a wage increase and that he wants us to release such calculations. He may believe that the inference exists, but there is no such requirement in the ordinance, and we've told him several times that the department has no documents showing those calculations, and therefore we have no records to release to him on that. Devin explained that when the MCA is known, we have provided that, but at the stage in the budget process that these documents are generated, we don't have that information. And it's something that essentially is filled in later once it goes through the mayor's office and the board of suits and things like that. So he keeps asking for something that didn't exist at the time of the request. And I believe every single department that he's filed a complaint against has said the exact same thing. The documentation that we have showing that we've taken into consideration is that document which has the checklist. We don't have anything that shows calculations.
I'm gonna jump in here because I think we're starting to get a little bit too much into the details, and we're just trying to determine whether this needs to be sent to the full task force. Mr. Kramer did want to respond to something else that member Neighbors had said. So, Mr. Kramer, I want to give you a chance to respond to what you wanted to say earlier.
Yes, I mean this is part of a political campaign, is getting, this kind of budget information. And yes, it's been a point of, political conflict with the mayor's office. And some of the information that we've received that departments had sent us, it was actual email exchanges with the mayor's office of ways that they were informing department of ways of kind of obfuscating, and not providing what we were requesting. I think it's been very clear from the beginning, what it was that we were requesting. The controller's office, we even shared information that language from a memo that the controller's office had issued, saying that they considered it to be the department's responsibility to be doing estimates of what would be the increased costs of the minimum compensation ordinance increases. When we sent and I say we because this is each semester a project with student interns, and the student interns are this information that they got as far as contacts was Julia Dawson, and then also there was, on page 1705, you can see that one of the email addresses that was information request was sent email to was dpw@sfdpw.org. So, we did later find out about next request and also put the information into a next request. The problem with next request is that later if a complaint is filed, then Cheryl she wants to receive what was the initial request is like an email. So now, we're fine with filing the next request, but we're also going to be sending it out as an email. That, helps in this process. But, after, and the students are also instructed that they should make phone calls and leave voicemails. We sent an information request. There was no response until a complaint was filed. Then afterwards, there was this back and forth of email exchanges, whether we were, making a request that required the department to produce a document, and then you see on page 1714, that they closed our request on August 3rd, and an assertion that there were no further documents responsive to the request. On page 1724 on August 14th, they said that there were no further documents responsive to our request. And then you see on page 1726, they then found a document and emailed that on August 20th. And then, my reply to that was that you checked off a box that you had, considered the effects of an increase in the MCO in your calculations. Well, we want to see the calculations that's based on. Then there was a back and forth about whether it's their responsibility to do those calculations or the controller's office to do the calculations. And
so, Mr. Kramer, I'm gonna jump in again because I think we're getting a little bit down into the details when really what we need to determine tonight is whether whether we have jurisdiction and whether this is a case that should be advanced to the full task force. I believe this. Sorry.
Just to cap it off, I would say that I feel that we never did receive the information we were requesting, but it was based on timeliness, and that's what was found by this committee before.
So, member neighbors, I see. Were you trying to say something? No. It sounds like there is potentially grounds for a violation based on timeliness. There may be other issues at play. I think that's something that we would want to take to the full task force because it does not seem totally clear to me. But members, do you think that we have enough information here to find jurisdiction and to advance this to the full task force for a hearing?
I do. I will admit I'm confused that what we're doing is finding jurisdiction in that it's already been at the full task force, hasn't it?
Hang on. Let me look at the documents.
It went to the complaint committee. And
that's what I thought, and I think it was referred to us to see if there was possible resolution, but I don't think it's gone to the full task force.
I see. So I'm looking at on the agenda. It said on June 2nd, 2021, the SOTF recommended that the matter be continued pending on an exchange of records. Does that?
Yes, that's
complaint?
Okay. So there's been no order of determination, but it was sent down to us for potential resolution. We have determined today that it is not going to be resolved, hence we should send it back to the full task force.
Great.
Okay. Members, would one of you like to make a motion?
This is Member Wong. I want to make a motion to send this file back to the task force in order to make a determination there. I don't think I specifically have a recommendation because I think it's worth them hearing what we've heard today, or more.
Should we add that sending it back to the full task force because the matter was not resolved after an exchange of documents?
Yeah, I think we can add that detail. So I guess, yeah. So I'll say I'll make a motion to send this back to the full task force due to not resolving the pending exchange of records between the parties. So essentially a non-resolution.
Okay, and do we have a second on this motion?
This is member neighbors. I'll second.
I'm just going to say something here. There was an exchange of records.
Right, but the matter was not resolved following an exchange of records.
So we will move by Member Wong to return the matter to the task force because the matter was not resolved after an exchange of records.
Yeah, that sounds good.
And we have a second from member Neighbors.
Yes, I second.
Do we want to do public comment on the motion?
Yes.
Or are we still in discussion?
Let's open this up. I don't think we need any more discussion. We're going to open this up for public comment. Let's create a queue. Would anyone like to, who's not involved in this case, like to make public comment on the motion? I'm not hearing anyone. You need to press *6 to unmute yourself. Last call for public comment on this motion. I am hearing no public comment on this motion. Going once, going twice. I don't think we have any public comment on this motion. Let's call the vote.
Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Chair LaHood?
Aye.
Chair LaHood, aye. Moved by member Wong, seconded by member Neighbors, to return the matter back to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force because the matter was not resolved after an exchange of records.
I want to thank Mr. Kramer and Mr. Steinberg. We appreciate you both being here, and we will see you at the full task force.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
David. Thank you, David. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Ms. Leger, let's please call the next item.
Excuse me. Oh, hang on a second before we do that. Okay. Item number 10, file number 21109, hearing regarding the request for reconsideration of complaint 18086. Complaint filed by Mark Sullivan against the Mission Dolores Green Benefit District Formation Committee for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6714 by failing to allow video and audio recording, filming, and still photography of a policy body. On March 6, 2019, the task force found that they did not have jurisdiction. This is Mr. Sullivan's request for a reconsideration. That's why it has the 21 number. We have to create a new file when something is being reconsidered.
Okay. Thank you for explaining that. That is helpful. So, members, we heard a little bit about this from Mr. Sullivan before, and then I wanted to check in with Mark and Helen, and they said, it is up to us. We can decide to hear the new information, and I know in this case, it seems like, so there's a lawsuit that Mr. Sullivan wanted to raise, and we might want to ask him to talk a little bit about this. That seems like possibly the most relevant bit of new information, even though the lawsuit took place before this, the initial hearing, before this was brought to the task force. This is a discussion of whether whether we expect petitioners to have access to all possible information that they might use in presenting their cases. And that's something that we can look at. In terms of, the actual benefits district was never created, but depending on what we determine, if we were to find jurisdiction, it might set precedents for other formation committees, which is a very interesting thing. I'm not suggesting one way or the other what we might decide on this, but we want to hear a little bit more and take another look at this. But according to our deputy city attorneys, this is something that, you know, we if we choose to, we may consider this information. So I would like to, do you have any other questions about this, or should I offer Mr. Sullivan a chance to talk a little bit in particular about the court case that he's presenting as possible new information? And I'm looking at my notes, and forgive me, my conversation about this was from a while back, but it looks like, you know, there was some suggestion of, you know, the state superseding, but that's not acceptable for reconsidering jurisdiction. But I'd like to hear a little bit more from Mr. Sullivan about this particular court case. Do you have any questions that you want to direct to him before he speaks, or should we just give him a chance to speak on this a little bit? Okay, Mr. Sullivan, are you ready to talk to us about potentially reconsidering this case?
Yes.
Okay. As with everyone else, I'm not going to set a timer on this, but we ask you to speak as succinctly as possible so that we have time to ask you questions and have a discussion about this.
All right. So if you go to Pete, should I
Please
start?
go ahead. Yes.
Okay. So if you go to P2072 or PDF 280, mid-page, go to in order. That starts. That's part of the court case. I want to start out by saying I'm going to read part of it. It's and the first sentence of Ordinance 14-14, which is San Francisco Ordinance, Green Benefit District. This is the Green Benefit District Ordinance. It says, the first sentence says, is a state law provides procedures to form property and business improvement districts and levy assessments. California Streets Highways Code, Section 3660 at sequence. So this court case deals directly with starting businesses, business improvement districts or other improvement districts, and the GBD is a improvement district, and it's based on state law, even though it's just modified by the city. So I'm going to swap out from bid for GBD, and Property Owners Association, which is POE, is to Formation Committee, and as a simple reference to the Mission Dolores Green Benefit District Formation Committee and Businesses to Neighborhood, to make my point. So the court just says, in order to avoid conclusions that the Brown Act applies, defendants characterize our treatment of the Formation Committee as a legislative body within meaning of the Brown Act as being contrary to the evidence produced in the trial court and unfair to the neighborhood group trying to improve their local community. They contend there is no evidence the city ever handled the administrative functions of any GBD, and that to the contrary, the GBDs and formation committees were structured by local property owners themselves from the outset to be administered by a nonprofit organization formed by the owners themselves. This contention, however, misses the point, the court says. The fact that local property owners who wanted city to create a GBD were involved in the structuring of the GBD and the structuring of the formation committee to run the GBD does not mean the city did not play a role in bringing the formation committee into existence. A GBD cannot be created by private individuals. Private individuals do not have the power to authorize tax assessments or to create tax liens. Thus, a public entity must be involved in the creation of any GBD, no matter how, when, or by whom the idea and future structure of the GBD was initiated and pursued. Here, as already noted, the Formation Committee was formed for the purpose of administering the GBD. Thus, by giving the GBD the necessary legal standing as a GBD and providing that the GBD would, in fact, be administered by a committee yet to be formed, the city clearly was involved into bringing existence the Formation Committee. By giving the GBD the legal breadth of light,
the city breathed into the formation committee as well. So we go down to 2, the city retained authority to overturn the formation committee's actions. This is true with GBDs. The city can say no GBD. So I'm going to jump down to their unfairness and interference with business argument, which is number 1. As noted above, the city and the GBD contend that our decision that the formation committee must comply with the same same laws as Wood City. For example, the Brown Act is somehow unfair to the neighborhood people, and it interferes with the private neighborhood ability to improve their area of operation. Needless to say, if local neighborhood people want to form a property owners association to try and improve their local community, they are free to do so. They may hold their meetings in secret by invitation only, or may invite the general public, limited only by whatever laws, if any, are applicable to such groups. However, participation in such purely private, purely voluntary organizations differ dramatically from participation in a GBD. For example, membership in private home neighborhood owners organizations is voluntary, and presumably membership can be terminated at will. In contrast, membership in a GBD may be involuntary for a majority of the property owners within the GBD. The only prerequisite to the creation of such a GBD is not a petition filed by a majority of the property owners in the proposed district, but a petition filed by property owners who will pay more than 50% of the total amount of assessments to be levied. In the case of GBDs, it's actually 30%, so it's even less. And once the GBD is created, membership lasts at least 5 years. In the case of GBDs, it's actually 15, and cannot be voluntarily terminated by individual members. Given these differences, the defendant pleads that the results we reached here is somehow unfair to the neighborhood people are simply not persuasive. When an individual neighborhood owner's money can be taken without his or her individual consent, when it can be taken through use of the government power to tax and assess, and when it can be used to benefit other properties through the provision of services, whether or not such services include such traditional municipal services as streets and sidewalk improvements. It is clearly not unfair for such individual neighborhood owners to expect to have an opportunity to participate in the decision-making process by which one benefit or another is actually conferred. Nor is it unfair for us, given the language of the Brown Act and the rules of interpretations related to it, to validate that expectation. So basically what the court's saying is the Brown Act is going over formation committees. And the one other thing is that with this GBD, it was actually a contractor, and they were using the money from, and the contractor was actually helping them, and the contractor was paid by the city, and that's SF Park Alliance, and that's the contracts that you guys have been talking about for a while. So the city was more heavily, they were paying for the meeting rooms, everything. I can continue to read on.
Actually, I think that's good. I think this is very, very interesting. One of the challenges here, as I believe we discussed previously, is that the Mission Dolores Green Benefits District Formation Committee no longer exists. Is that correct?
Well, I can say that if you go to, they've been responding to this complaint. So the latest one is P2102, which has respondents' response. And they actually even respond to the jurisdiction point, which basically the court case says otherwise.
Okay, so
Lila, I just want to add one thing that I did send notification to Conan McHugh, who was involved in the original GBD, and I do believe he had responded saying that the committee no longer existed.
Right.
And Chair LaHood, this is David Steinberg. I can provide some information if it would be helpful.
Yes, Mr. Steinberg, we welcome your participation here because I think this is possibly going to end up under your purview anyway. So we'd love to hear your thoughts.
Okay, so Public Works is not named in this complaint, but as has been pointed out, we were involved in working on forming GBDs. So Mr. McHugh copied me on some of these communications because Cheryl looped me in when the complaint came up. As she said, the formation committee does not exist, and he wrote a letter which explains his opinion on why this should be thrown out. He basically says, "I've had enough. I don't want to be harassed anymore. Mr. Tomasevich, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Hooper have been, I shouldn't be subjected to this. I'm just a public citizen. I don't want to have anything to do with it. I've turned off on civic stuff." The issue, and I'm prepared to speak as because the respondent isn't here. I will speak as someone supporting the respondent. Mm-hmm. But Cheryl's correct. The formation committee does not exist anymore. It was disbanded when the effort was withdrawn, and that's why there's no one here from them. He responded to his personal an email to his personal email address. So that's of any use.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Members, do you, I think there's opportunity for us to have some discussion here, but I want to find out first if you have questions either for Mr. Sullivan or Mr. Steinberg first before we talk amongst ourselves.
Can it with the lack of a respondent, can I make a statement, an actual statement about what's before you in support of the respondent?
You are. I'm going to say yes because I think you might end up being the respondent. So go ahead.
So, at its in essence, there really is one question before the committee, because according to your own rules, reconsideration may only be granted if, quote, this is from your rules, quote, information exists that was not available at the time of the hearing. The petitioning party must present the new information and provide a written explanation as to how the new information may change the SOTF's determination, end quote. There is no, if information exists that was not available at the time of the hearing, first of all, Mr. Sullivan is quoting, I believe, 2-decade-old cases. So the information did exist at the time of it. So none of the information that he's referenced is new. It was all available at the time of the decision. So as the sole purpose of the meeting is to determine if there's new information, I believe you have to deny his request for consideration. However, over and above that, his comparisons are completely wrong in what he's saying. As Mr. McHugh wrote in his letter to the task force, had we successfully passed a ballot initiative and formed a nonprofit, then we would likely have been subject to the Sunshine Guidelines. So Mr. Sullivan keeps confounding the idea of like, well, a GBD is just like a BID. Well, yes, it is, but no GBD was ever established. If there were a GBD that was voted on by the property owners and put into existence, it would have had to have respond to Sunshine requests and would be subject to the Sunshine Guidelines. This was not an established GBD. This was a group of neighbors, and it doesn't matter that Public Works that a Public Works employee was at some of the meetings. It's not a passive body that was created by a department head. You can't say that just because a GBD is authorized by the Board of Supervisors and therefore a group of people getting together saying, hey, should we come up with a GBD? Would it make sense for us to create a GBD? was created by the Board of Supervisors. No, it's a group of individuals. As I said, I think the last time I talked, it'd be like saying, you know, the Noe Valley Garden Club may meet at a public park, but they're not subject to the Sunshine Ordinance. And if someone comes up and points a camera in their face and that freaks them out because they're just sitting there meeting to talk about their garden club, they have a perfect right to say, what are you doing? Get that away from me. That's essentially what happened here. There was a meeting that was held by a neighborhood committee that was looking at potentially going through the process of applying to potentially form a GBD. The GBD didn't exist. The GBD would have been subject to the Sunshine Ordinance. The formation committee is a private group of individuals that no longer exists, that is not subject to the Sunshine Ordinance, and the decision by the task force was correct. And again, if you have to have new evidence that was not available at the time of the hearing, that this doesn't qualify. A two-decade-old court case is not information that was not available at the time of the hearing. And even if for some reason you decided that it's relevant, the comparison between an established business improvement district and a yet to be formed GBD formation committee is completely misapplying that court case.
Mr. Steinberg, thank you.
I
appreciate you sticking around to participate in this. Member Neighbors, I see that you have your hand up, and that you probably have some questions. Oh, you're on mute. Wait.
Yeah, you don't want to miss a word. Thank you. I many questions are swimming in my head. And many of the things that were just shared, it's, you know, I don't want to go deep into the case again and rehash the same territory, but I do want to just acknowledge that there's information in Mr. Sullivan's file that really speaks to what was just shared and is important for us to consider. That, for instance, the DPW had a dedicated staff member, Jonathan Goldberg, who was playing a role in these formations of zones or what we're calling them, benefits districts. So there's additional information, but I think that it's absolutely right to say, hey, we can't have a case for reconsideration unless we have new information. But how I interpret that is not that it has to be like new in the world. It just has to be new to this file, right? So it doesn't really matter that the cases are 20 years old. We have Mr. Sullivan sending us new case citations on June 10th to include in his latest. We see he's reworking and adding these different pieces of evidence, and you know, I think it's very interesting, and I think he's presenting a new perspective and new case evidence, and I think it's, you know, more up to us to decide whether that's relevant and pertinent. I'm really open to that discussion of thinking about, you know, reopening it and reconsidering it.
Thank you, Member Neighbors. Member Wong, do you have any questions or points that you'd like to make?
I would probably like to get more details on how business improvement districts are formed versus like in Los Angeles or in Hollywood versus how green benefit districts are formed in San Francisco, because I think that might play a little bit into a potential reconsideration. I can't tell from reading, you know, the case file, and I don't know. It's just a point I guess I wanted to mention.
You're asking for more information about why Mr. Sullivan thinks that we should look at these two things as being analogous?
I guess a little bit. I can't tell from, for example, the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce, like how, if, the formation committee is also prompted by private citizens, as is like green benefit districts are here in San Francisco, or if it is primarily prompted by the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce.
Mr. Sullivan, do you actually, Mr. Sullivan, hold on that thought. Member Neighbors, did you have an answer for that, or should we ask Mr. Sullivan? Oh, we can't hear you again.
I think I'm overly interested. I think that claim that the green benefit districts are prompted by groups of neighbors who get together, that is not necessarily something that everyone agrees on. In this case, we had a green benefits district office and staff member. And my understanding is that the city itself was kind of, you can tell I grew up in the Bible Belt, but I'm going to use the word proselytizing the concept of green benefit districts. And so I think that's very different than the story of, hey, neighbors got together and then they went to the city and they were like, hey, can you help us out with this? If it's flowing from the other direction, which I think, we're hearing and we can see some evidence of in the case file, then we see that the city has a vested interest and is a party of that. And then in that case, I think we have to really consider the role of the Brown Act and the Public Records Act and Sunshine Ordinance in that as well.
Member Wong.
I guess then in that case, I'm also a little curious of like how we would want to proceed, being that the formation committee no longer exists and this complaint is specifically against the formation committee. So I'm not sure if we could say that, Mr. Goldberg was part of that committee or how exactly that would work. Yeah.
Steinberg.
Oh, I think that Member Wong is representing Jonathan Goldberg, who was the staff.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're talking about someone else. I thought you were talking about David, who's here this evening. Sorry.
I believe Mr. Goldberg worked under Mr. Steinberg, perhaps, or with. We could probably ask Mr. Steinberg.
Mr. Steinberg, could you jump back in here and explain the?
Sure. Jonathan Goldberg was part of the community programs section in the Operations Bureau at Public Works. So among other things, he worked on the community clean teams, the monthly neighborhood cleanups, but he was also the Green Benefits District Manager. So he worked in our operations department. My interaction with him was strictly when we received 30 or 40 different requests about GBDs. I would go to him and ask him for records and copies of emails and things like that. So he reported to our operations department, operations division rather. And his role was to there is one existing green benefit district, and the legislation that creates them requires certain reporting requirements that Public Works is responsible for ensuring that they do an annual report, and that the annual report is provided to the clerk of the Board of Supervisors and things like that. And then he was also available to, if anyone inquired about creating GBDs, he would provide, links to how it's done and provide assistance, technical assistance. And Mr. Sullivan is correct that there was a grant a grant where consultants were helping groups in different neighborhoods investigating the formation of GBDs, but none of them ever got to the point of getting enough signatures to go to the Board of Supervisors to authorize a vote, which would have actually created a GBD. except for the one in Dogpatch, which is in existence right now.
And forgive me if this has already been stated, but is anyone else now in Mr. Goldberg's position, or does that position no longer exist, or has that job become part of a different position with the city?
There is no one in that position anymore. Someone on the community programs team is responsible for following up on requests and basically keeping an eye and making sure that the Dogpatch program files its annual report and stuff. But there isn't a dedicated GBD position at Public Works anymore.
Okay.
So, for example, when Mr. Sullivan filed a couple records requests regarding, GBD formations, I went to this individual in our operations department, and he went through the files that Jonathan turned over, and pulled up the records that were responsive to that, and then I did an email search for IT for other things, but there isn't a dedicated position anymore.
Okay, Mr. Sullivan, did I hear you trying to jump in with something?
Yeah, I got a few things to jump in with.
Okay, I'm going to let you do that if they're quick things, because then I think Member Neighbors has another question. But go ahead, Mr. Sullivan.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to say that my ask for jurisdiction for reconsideration happened while they were still in existence, and it was the delay of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force that's the reason why we're talking about it now. They just lost my file, even though I tried 4 times before to say, hey, I'm asking for reconsideration on this. So, and I don't think that you really need them to determine jurisdiction, because jurisdiction is whether you have jurisdiction over green benefit district formation committees or not, and they just happen to be one. Also, Mr. Steinberg was not at the meeting that he's characterizing me there, so he has no knowledge of that. And they may be right that there was someone who took over the green benefit district position for a while, because someone that I know inquired about it in spring of around 2020, and someone responded with the title of green benefit district manager. So I can probably dig up that email and send it or conclude it next time. But there may be not one now. I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Member Neighbors, you had a follow-up question or suggestion.
Yes. So my understanding, though, is, and I know that things change quickly in the Department of Public Works. Programs can come and go, but my understanding is that there's still a green benefits program, green benefit district program, and that even though there is only one functioning district, there's still a call through the Department of Public Works webpage for folks to reach out if they're interested, and there is a contact for that, Ramses Alvarez. So the program is still happening through the Department of Public Works, even if that particular green benefit district program did not materialize. Is that a correct, accurate description, Mr. Steinberg?
Yeah. Well, Ramsey is the individual that I was referencing before, who works in operations. It's not his full-time job. It's not even very much of his job, but he's the designated person. If people have questions about GBDs, he'll provide the information to them. And I'm assuming, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm assuming that he is probably the person who is the liaison with the Dogpatch GBD in order to make sure that they file the required annual report. But I mean, it's an authorized program the Board of Supervisors created. So if people are interested in doing it, then you know, we definitely would provide information and assistance, you know, given the information on how they would go about it.
It looks like it says you provide a process, equipment, and assistance for local residents, and it looks like under the process, the first thing is convening a meeting. So is that the first step in your process, is to convene neighborhood residents, and then you also provide equipment and other assistance through this program also?
I don't know. One, I don't know if that's currently the case. I don't know if that's on a web page. It very well may be that we do. I'd have to find out, but I'm unaware of any efforts at this time to do that. Okay. Which is not to say if people came and said we're interested, we would help them. We would point them in the right direction and you know, tell them what steps they need to go through and provide assistance. I'm just unaware of any efforts at this time.
Okay, thanks.
One thing I want to come back to is the question of new information, and I believe this has come up in other recent cases as well. And I think, as Member Neighbors was saying before, I don't think it has to be new information as of, you know, new information that was generated after the decision was made. I think, you know, we have members of the public who file complaints, sunshine ordinance complaints, and we don't expect them to be experts or lawyers and to know how to, and we've had petitioners say before, I figured out the system once I got to the end of the process. And I think we tend to operate giving people the benefit of the doubt, and that when they come back saying they have new information, it's because they've learned more about how to present this kind of, you know, argument before the task force and our committees. I will admit that I do tend to want to give the benefit of the doubt to petitioners on this. It does seem like Mr. Sullivan has come forward with new information. Now, as to the quality of that information or how relevant it is to this case, I don't think it's our job as a committee to evaluate, like, is this enough to push it over? But it is our job to evaluate, is this relevant enough, and does it is it enough new information that it deserves reconsideration by the full task force? And I guess that is my question to you. What members, what do you think at this point?
I just want to say that this was my first complaint ever.
And we can tell that a lot of work went into it.
Well,
yeah,
actually,
like you said,
there was another complaint that you filed against our department that went against you. That the task force ordered found
that came afterwards.
Hold on.
Oh,
you know, I allow occasional comments here and there, but I don't want you two to get into a back and forth. In fact, I'm gonna allow Member Neighbors to continue on the comment she was about to make.
I mean, I would, in my mind, I think, you know, the other piece of it, I believe that is, you know, that I think we discussed last time, is that it was a very close vote last time at the full task force with the information that was there. We do have new information. I agree. It's not up to us to either praise or malign the quality of that information, but that it's met our standard for reconsideration in my mind, and I would be very much open to sending it back for reconsideration.
Member Wong, do you have any additional thoughts or questions about this? What do we think about, so in order to proceed, we would need a motion and a second, and then open this up for public comment. Would someone like to make a motion on this?
This is Member Neighbors. I will make a motion regarding file number 21109, hearing regarding request for reconsideration of complaint 18086, that we return the complaint to the full task force for reconsideration. And I don't believe I have any recommendations or other insight besides that. Is that sufficient?
I do want to, I think that sounds like a good motion. Before I even ask for a second, I'd like to ask Ms. Leger, is this going to be sufficient, or do we need to find jurisdiction in order to send it back to the full task force? Ms. Leger, I think you might be on mute.
You're right, I was on mute. This would be a matter for jurisdiction, because that was the whole issue, was that his request was denied for lack of jurisdiction. GBDs are not governed by city agencies, even though Mr. Goldberg did work with Public Works.
Okay. So
in fact, GBDs were committees not formed by neighbors. These weren't committees that were formed by public employees.
So can I try again with my motion?
Go for it.
Okay, so I'll make a motion regarding file 21109, complaint 18086, that we find jurisdiction based on our understanding of the role of the Department of Public Works in the formation of green benefit districts, and that we recommend a hearing on the complaint by the full task force. Oh, should add something about.
Do we have a second for this motion?
Yeah, this is Member Wong. I'll second it.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to open this up for public comment, for comment from members of the public who are not party to this case. Would anyone like to make public comment? We will start creating a queue. Is anyone out there? You need to press *6 to unmute yourself. Do we have any public comment on the motion, the motion before us at this moment? This is last call for public comment. Okay, I don't think we have any public comment. Ms. Leger, please call the vote.
Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Chair LaHood?
Aye.
Chair LaHood, aye. Okay, I hope I got this right. Moved by Member Neighbors, second by Member Wong. The complaint, file number 21109, regarding the reconsideration of complaint 18086, The committee finds jurisdiction based on their understanding of the role of Public Works and recommends a hearing on the complaint by the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. Did I get that right?
I think that sounds correct.
Yes.
I want to thank Mr. Sullivan and Mr. Steinberg for lasting with us to the very end. This has been a long meeting. I want to give Ms. Leger a chance to finish whatever notes she's making on this item before we call the next item. But thank you, everyone, for being with us here this evening. I am slightly concerned that we've had no public comment on the last two items. I'm worried that is the system working? Can people mute and unmute themselves?
It's very unusual, especially.
Where's Mr. Warfield?
Yeah, there are definitely participants here, and I mean, that being said, we were able to hear Mr. Steinberg and
Mr. Sullivan. Yeah.
And Mr. Sullivan, yeah. So
Mr. Steinberg had a lot of very interesting things to say. He did.
Yeah, you know, it might just be that it might be that there are also other hearings going on at this time, and people may be in more than one meeting. So,
well, it is Board of Supervisors meeting, and so they could be. Mr. Warfield could have gone back to that just to hear what's going on. They thought it would be a late night tonight.
Yes. So, Ms. Leger, I think we're ready for the next item.
Yes, item number 11: announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items by members of the Compliance and Amendments Committee.
You know, I think it's been a long evening. I don't think there's anything in particular to discuss. We've discussed items at previous meetings that we're planning for future agendas. They were not on this agenda because it was already plenty jam-packed. That's all I have to say. Do either of you have anything that you'd like to bring up or that you would like for us to address on future agenda that we have not previously discussed?
Nope.
Okay. This is last call for public comment. This was something on the agenda. We did not say much on this last item, but is anyone here who would like to make public comment on this last item before we adjourn? Hearing no public comment, Ms. Leger, please call the last item.
Item number 12, adjournment. I have 9:58.
Okay. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Who moves?
So moved.
Member Wong. Do we have a second?
I second. Member Neighbors.
Take it by acclamation. Thank you, everyone. This was a long meeting, but we got a lot done. I really appreciate you all being here. Thank you.
All right, let me stop the recording.
Okay.